Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference Data and Future Perspective. My name is Artis Ožoliņš. I will be together with you till 4 o'clock in the evening on this beta stage, which is one of the 4 stages and parallel sessions in this international conference. And as you know, in this conference, we have gathered together international experts, both from the public and also private sector in data management, and they will share their experience and also some practical advice and examples. There will be also 2 panel discussions where we reorganize and organize all the thoughts in the right areas. And we are dividing today's program in 2 parts. And in the first part of today, we will speak more about integration of technologies together with personal data, how well this is organized, where we want to get, and there will be keywords, for example, artificial intelligence and its regulation, face recognition technology, which is entering our lives in many examples. And of course, we shouldn't forget GDPR, which exists and protects us, and also the technologies. It means more data, and so it means we live in the middle of the Internet of Things, and we will discuss it, and we will do it in the first part. And second part, after the break at 1:30, we will try answering the current question, to publish or not to publish. And this is what we are doing on a daily basis, what to do with this photo, with this bit of information. So we will speak about freedom of speech and privacy and how well they go together. We will also have a very interesting story from the Irish regulatory organization. We know that in Ireland there are central offices of various platforms, and we will get to know how Ireland is dealing with current problems. And also we will get to know what we can understand and what information we get from the internet, and also how to remove the content from the internet which is violating personal data. And is there any possibility to erase, to delete yourself from the internet? And that's what we will talk about. So I welcome you to this Meeto platform. I guess many of you have tried it out in various conferences in Latvia. In case if somebody has connected to this for the first time, let me introduce you with this platform. Above this window on top, you will see the marks with all stages. You can connect to the stage you want, but I would like to say that this is going to be the most interesting, so maybe you will not need to connect to other. And then there is also availability to see a program. You can see a program of this stage and also other stages, and there is also this wonderful opportunity to mark your favorites. And you can also create your own calendar so you don't miss any of the sessions. And then you can also see the place where there are participants, and you can write to them, and you can see who are represented. And on the right side, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to create a parallel chat and discussion. There is also a survey, the questionnaire part, where we will ask you questions to understand whether you are present. So let us try it out now, because very essential part of these conferences, what is it? It's small talk, of course. Those very simple conversations which break ice between us. And what is the best way how to start a conversation as asking, how do you like the weather outside? So we have several options. Yes, I like, this is autumn, characteristic for Latvia. Or, no, I am waiting for the snow. Maybe the third option, there are some people whose names are Jānis or Līga, and they are already expecting midsummer. So please press the button and let us see in which which group you belong to. And if you didn't understand what I was saying, maybe you are not in the right channel.
You can switch between these both languages. At the bottom of the screen, there's this headphone icon where you can find the languages section and switch from Latvian to English. Jo, dāmas un kungi, mēs šajā konferencē
So, ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, we'll be mixing between languages and maybe not so dynamic way as I did now, but you can find the channel which you want. And also you can press like under this video so we can start today's conference, and we will open it with several important presentations. And the first presentation is about a topic I already outlined in my topic, and this is the future regulatory framework of artificial intelligence in the European Union. And the presentation will be delivered by the researcher at the Institute of Legal Science Faculty of Law, University of Latvia, also the expert of European law, and also certified data protection expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Irena Nesterova. Good morning, Irena. Good morning. Can you hear us? Good day. I am very, very honored to participate in this conference. Thank you very much to the Data Inspectorate for invitation and this opportunity to participate in this session with those outstanding speakers. New technologies are developing very swiftly, and they are taking more and more important role in all our daily activities and work activities. They give us very important benefits. It make our activities more comfortable and easier. And at the same time, they also cause a lot of challenges, which make us to look at the previous regulation and also to develop new regulations. Technologies which use artificial intelligence have caused a lot of challenges. For example, biometric monitoring systems and face recognition technologies also are riskier, and we will hear about them from the next speaker. But then there are other monitoring systems, for example, emotion perception systems. Another challenge is the commercial monitoring practice from online platforms based on the behavior of viewers. And by this, it is possible also to spread out disinformation and also create grounds for political propaganda and thus threatening democratic processes. So in order to fight against those risks in the European Union, this year has come with a new proposal of new regulatory enactment. So on the 21st of April, the European Commission published the proposal of regulatory framework on artificial intelligence. So this is also known as Artificial Intelligence Act. And this is a very important step because this is a first proposal which envisages the legal regulation of artificial intelligence. So first of all, it is based on the Charter of Fundamental Rights and also protection of democratic values. Human rights are the basis of this regulation and plays important role in the international and also EU development of artificial regulation. So it has also been emphasized in other international organizations, for example, recommendations developed by UNESCO. The regulation of artificial intelligence has two parallel goals. So on the one side, the goal is to promote trust in those technologies, guarantee security and protection of fundamental rights, protection of European values. On the other hand, also the goal is to promote development of artificial intelligence, also development of innovation in the European Union. And although those goals are quite different, they are also quite well goes together. Systems of artificial intelligence do not operate in a legal vacuum. There is already a regulation in force, especially data protection regulation, human rights regulation, and also the GDPR. But this is not sufficient the regulation in force is not sufficient because several aspects are not covered. For example, impact of technologies on the human mind doesn't solve some challenges created by technologies. Also, the existing regulation cannot fight against all the essential risks created by those systems. So the new regulation is trying to improve the existing legal regulation and also will operate in line with other legal acts which are developed. For example, the Act of Digital Services. The regulation on artificial intelligence divides systems in 4 different risk categories, depending on the risk they pose. And the pyramid is created. On the bottom part of the pyramid is the artificial intelligence systems which create minimal risk. Then there are systems with limited risk. Then there are systems which pose high risk. And on the top part, there are systems which create unacceptable risk. The artificial intellect regulation determines 4 types and 4 forbiddings, how it's forbidden 4 types of activities. So those activities cannot be acceptable because they are against the values of Europe. So first of all, it is forbidden to use artificial intelligence to manipulate with behavior of people, so using subconscious methods, and that could create a harm. Second, it is forbidden to use the vulnerability of people, for example, children. So, for example, to create toys or virtual assistants which make those vulnerable persons to perform some harmful activities. Next, it is forbidden to organize social scoring for general goals. And number 4, it is also forbidden to use the biometric identification systems in real times in the public places. So at the same time, the Act also has some exceptions when it is allowed. And it also doesn't forbid to use those systems for private companies and for public companies for other reasons. And for these regulation and conditions, of course, they are criticized a lot, and we'll hear it later today. Creation and proposal of this regulation is a very important step after long-standing debates at the European Union and also international level, because there is a necessity to define those red flags and something which cannot be allowed because it violates human rights. Also, very many international organizations, for example, UNESCO recommendation about the ethics of artificial intelligence, says that artificial intelligence systems cannot be used for mass monitoring and also social assessment systems. At the same time, in the artificial intelligence regulation, the scope of activities is quite limited, and there are a lot of exceptions which could be also not included. The second category is categories which create high risk. Here we have systems which are planned to use as a part of security in products, or second category is systems which are enlisted in the Annex 3 of this regulation. So there are enlisted systems in various areas, for example, biometric identification of natural persons, critical infrastructures, education or vocational training, employment, access to some basic services, law enforcement, migration, asylum and border control, and administration of justice and democratic processes. I must say that this enlisting is not set in stone, but the European Commission holds the rights to add to this enlisting or also to cross something out. So in case if there are another new risks and uses of artificial intelligence which are riskier, they can be added. So there is also a demand to have a risk management system to ensure the use of data volumes of high risk, to organize the automatic registration of activities, to ensure the traceability of results, and also to provide a clear information for users. One of the most essential demands is monitoring of use of artificial intelligence systems, and also it is ensured to ensure the security and safety of the systems. Before those systems are on the EU markets and commissioned, there has to be the compliance assessment procedure done. And this procedure is done by internal and checks, with exception of remote procedure, which has to be done by the third party for biometric identification systems. This is also criticized because it is said that those internal assessments made by the companies can soon become just ticking the boxes, which has no real meaning. So talking about all the high-risk systems, it is necessary for this assessment to be done by somebody from outside, so the third party. The artificial intelligence regulation as a separate category differentiates systems which cause a risk that persons have to be informed that they are in interfacing with artificial intelligence systems. And the systems with a limited risk are systems which manipulate with audio, video content, which remind of places and people, and they can pose the events which are not true as true ones. Also, the emotions detection systems inclusion in the category of limited risk, this is criticized because there is a high risk for human rights and autonomy and also rights to the privacy, which are and could be violated by those systems. And there is no any scientific background for this. And the fourth categories are the systems which create minimal risk or no risk to the safety. And the new regulation has no specific requirements for those systems. Next, besides the goal to avoid risks, the regulation also is promoting development of innovations. So the artificial intelligence systems which don't pose high risks, there are some voluntarily codes of conduct, and the regulation is promoting to create regulatory sandboxes to promote startups and small and medium companies. Proposal of regulation sets detailed conditions about monitoring of compliance of artificial intelligence systems, both at the level of European Union and also at the level of the member states. There is a plan also to create a council of artificial intelligence. In Latvia, we will also have to appoint a regulatory institution, and also at the European level, there will be databases of high-risk artificial intelligence systems, not only in the European Union, but also in many international organizations right now are actively working with the new development of the new artificial intelligence regulation. These days, we are having also a UNESCO General Directorate conference, which will decide about the ethics on artificial intelligence. And if this document is approved, it will be the first global agreement which is aimed at ensuring responsible and ethical development and use of artificial intelligence systems. This document also envisages very high global standards towards the human rights, gender equality, rule of law, and following democratic principles. There are several practical mechanisms, for example, assessment of the impact in order to have in practice those principles. And so me, myself, as one of the experts, I participated in the international working group, and I also developed the project of these recommendations. And today also I am participating in this conference. And in about an hour, these recommendations will be discussed, and I am sorry I will not be able to participate in the discussion later and to watch this conference, but I wish all of you a very successful continuation of this session, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Irene, for your wide input about the current regulation on IA. And as Irene mentioned, we are still have issues that are being discussed on, and in our discussion, I hope that we will touch upon these issues. Thank you once again to Irina Nesterova for her presentation on artificial intelligence. Our next speaker, we will a little bit change the presentation orders that we have on the paper, and I would like to invite first Martin Špujac. Please turn on your camera, and we would be happy to give the floor to you if you don't mind. Martin, are you with us? It looks like Martin wasn't expecting for us to talk to him right now. Leonardo.
Pagaidām vēl nav atsaucies digitālie džungļi jau tādi. Mārtiņ, sveiks, dzirdam.
Hello, Martin. Can you hear us? Currently, I would like to currently we'll hear the presentation on the Internet of Things. Is it a threat or help? So please, Martin Špujac is a lawyer of Latvijas Mobilais Telefons who has a great experience on protection of personal data, and he's expert on data protection. Please, the floor is yours.
Tā, paldies, Arti.
Thank you, Artis. Can you hear me? Yes. Please wave if you can hear. We can hear you. Dear participants of the conference, thank you, Irene, for her presentation on the challenges of AI on global perspective. I will talk on the topic where you can look at the artificial intelligence also, and that is the Internet of Things and smart cities. What is Internet of Things? that is internet that connects things, very different things. Mainly, those are different physical objects. For example, different sensors, temperature sensors, humidity sensors, light sensors, movement sensors, and so on. Those can be cameras, microphones, and finally, those can be also different smart phones and smart clocks or smart watches and so on. And how these things are being connected, they are connected with mechanisms, robots that are creating something in a factory, with appliances that can be connected further to screens where we can simply watch the objects. And we can observe what is happening. For example, where our dog is walking currently, and so on. To connect all these physical things, we need brain, and that is a platform that is being used that can communicate in technical ways to the other physical things, that can analyze all the data that it receives and use it to be able to connect to other databases and to give orders to open the barrier if the car number is the right one in the parking lot, if the driver has paid or not. So these things are connected with platforms through networks. And those are mobile networks. The ecosystem of the Internet of Things allows the physical world to connect to the virtual world. So they can automatically coexist and work together, and creating the correct reflexes. It is a new phenomenon for about 10 years, and it keeps on developing in a way so it is more adaptive, that it can predict things in the future and makes less mistakes. And it will have a major impact on the social digitalization. We will use it more and more in energy networks, in healthcare, in security. We have seen already very many videos how criminals are caught through these systems. It is also used in transport, logistics, and agriculture. Currently, mostly Internet of Things is used in smart cities. Currently, up to 20% of the IoT is used in smart cities. And what is a smart city? Smart city is a big network of Internet of Things. Several networks are connected to make the quality of the inhabitants better. That is the goal of the smart city. Also, to create an environment that is more perfect for new businesses. And at the same time, the goal is to create better services from the city's part, to create green zones, to create better mobility. And the main element that we have within the smart city is sustainability. At the same time, it should be environment that is inclusive for children, for older people, for people with physical disabilities, and also to get people and inhabitants more involved in the life of the city. The smart city gives us a goal and a context how to use the Internet of Things. Smart cities will be crucial when we want to reduce the emissions. And we have these goals to reduce the emissions. And mobility and transport is the only way how smart city can reduce emissions, but at the same time to offer its inhabitants a high-quality life. The phenomenon of Internet of Things will allow us to connect a massive amount of things. That will be 30 billion devices by 2026 that will be connected to the Internet. And we can see that the goals of these devices can be very various. Those can be observing, or they can have other important elements. Therefore, it is a challenge to connect all these devices in one standardized network so they can be actually used. Globally, technologies have been developed. One of them is 5G technology. It is currently the only way how Internet of Things can be connected. What is 5G technology? And at the basis of the 5G technologies, we can see the triangle, and we can see here that 5G can give us very quick mobile broadband. On the bottom, we can see that 5G can provide very big machine communication. But that will be done by saving the batteries. And the one battery will be able to work for up to 10 years. That means that all the actions that we do now with changing the batteries will be reduced. But on the right side, if we look, we can see that 5G technology provides reliability. Reliability to technical services where it is crucial to provide very precise information. I'm talking about smart cars, about security, and other services. We have to remember that 5G doesn't allow us to reach all these three goals at the same time, but it provides elasticity that technologies can be connected and different goals can be connected. Talking about the challenges regarding personal data in connection to Internet of Things, us as the network providers have developed several projects of IoTs and personal data, and we have some conclusions that we have drawn regarding pluses and minuses. One of the first challenges that I could mention is cybersecurity skills. As we see more and more Internet of Things, people who use Internet of Things are not professionals. I'm not talking so much about private people, but about businesses. Every business have their own small goals that they want to connect, but the knowledge to manage this system they might not have. And that is a real challenge, because when we provide services to our clients, we do provide cybersecurity tests, and yes, we have instances where we realize that device is connecting to certain countries in the East. And we can test it only if it's done by professionals. When we are using IoT, we have to realize that also in internet they can connect and provide information to certain areas, and we have to manage them correctly. Another challenge is to understand if all the data that is generated by things are personal. The phenomenon of IoT is that the personal data is not created by the sensor or the thing, but how this data is used. How is it used in the cars, in addresses, in places? And when this data is connected to other data in different platforms. So regarding IoT, we have to already in the beginning take into the consideration that every data can be personal data, even if it's not so at the end. Here, mostly I'm talking about smart cities. Of course, in agriculture, for example, humidity measures won't include any personal data. But by design and by default, IoT can get to the person and include personal data. The next issue is the number of geography of controllers and processors. Because firstly, we have the ones who are creating these devices, who are most likely not going to be the controllers. Then we have next ones who are organizing the transport. So we have all these different controllers, and they have to be able to cooperate. Another issue that is challenging is legal issues, because the smart city has very little connection to the data subject. And that is a legal grounds challenge. Smart city gives us a scale of the purpose, how to balance the rights of the data subject. Therefore, I would like to invite cities that are considering to become smart cities to define their goals because that will be the way how you will measure impact on your inhabitants. Of course, the purpose limitations is another issue. They are going to change with time. Similarly, as we see how the mask requirements are changing, similarly, other purposes will change. And finally, smart city cannot exist without learning, because similarly to people, also systems have to learn. They need data. The data is limited, but still they need the data to learn. I would like to end my speech with this quote: "If you think that the internet has changed your life, think again. The Internet of Things is about to change it all over again." And I would like to change a bit the quote and say that if you think that the internet has changed data processing, think again. Thank you, Martin, for your flexibility and your quick presentation. It is already evidence that the internet is changing our life, how quickly we can change our conference speakers. Thank you once again, Martin Špujats, on smart cities and Internet of Things. Now I would like to invite Leonardo Servara Navas, who will talk about the face recognition technology use. He's the director of the EDPS and works already in this field from 1990.
To talk about facial recognition technologies as much as time as you can devote to us right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, Leonardo Servara Navas, your stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and see me well?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the kind invitation to speak today at this data protection conference. I'm impressed for the setup that you have organized, and I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you today. I've never been to your country, so I hope we can remedy this for a future event. I've been asked to speak for the next 50 minutes about the use of facial recognition technologies and its privacy and data protection implications. So I'm very grateful that you're organizing these very pertinent questions and discussions on ethics and technology. Why is facial recognition so popular lately? Because this is not something that is so new. The US National Institute of Standards and Technology has been testing facial recognition products since at least the year 2000. The reasons for this popularity of this technology are several, and I would like to share some of them with you. First, because facial recognition has become faster, cheaper, and better. There is no point in denying the evidence. Second, because artificial intelligence helped in tasks which are auxiliary but necessary to use facial recognition, such as face detection. Third, because biometric data processing for authentication purposes has become now mainstream. Some years ago, a fingerprint reader was considered high-tech, and facial recognition systems were totally out of the scope of mass consumer products. Nowadays, however, using biometric data does not seem such a big deal nowadays. And in fact, we have it in many of our personal phones. And last, and this is perhaps the most important reason why we are talking about this today, is because we are being pushed to accept for the public interest, some uses of facial recognition and biometric technologies. This is the case of remote biometric identification in publicly accessible spaces as defined in the AI Artificial Intelligence Act proposal. First, we need to differentiate this is very important, biometric authentication from biometric identification. Authentication is a one-to-one comparison where my biometric data is used to prove I am who I say I am. Biometric identification, on the contrary, is when someone else than me tries to guess who I am from a closed data set of individuals based on comparison. The implications from the data protection and privacy viewpoint of authentication and identification are very different. Authentication is what we use in our smartphones. The individual is perfectly aware of the processing and cooperative. The individual has freely chosen to use that smartphone feature, and their biometric data are encrypted and stored only in the device. Facial recognition for identification purposes, however, is a completely different kind of animal. The user is generally not aware or cooperative, has often not chosen to be subject to the biometric identification, and their biometric data will be stored in a database that the user does not control. Not all facial recognition systems fulfill all these characteristics, but most have various of them included. Certainly, the most controversial ones check all these boxes. Now, is this science fiction or is it happening? Unfortunately, is it already happening? And we have had several cases where data protection authorities have had to intervene. Funnily enough, the interventions from the data protection authorities do not refer at the moment to enforcement scenarios, but the biometric identification related to kids and teenagers. So we have a couple of schools, one in Bulgaria and another one in Sweden, where the school, probably in good faith, wanted to use these technologies to check absences from students. And both the Bulgarian Data Protection Authority and the Swedish Data Protection Authority had to stop this and explain to these schools that there are other means much less invasive to control absences, and so there's no need to resort to this. In Spain, in this year, the Spanish Data Protection Authority imposed a huge fine, 2.5 billion euros, to a supermarket chain that also, in good faith, was using facial recognition identification to check customers in the stores and prevent some customers that had been previously identified as burglars from accessing the premises. Once again, the Data Protection Authority in Spain considered this processing as disproportionate and stopped the processing of the use of these technologies. So that's the reason why from the European Data Protection Supervisor and from the European Data Protection Board, where the Latvian Data Protection Authority is a member, we are strongly calling for a ban on facial recognition technology being used in publicly accessible spaces. This is so because we believe that the use of this technology interferes with fundamental rights and freedoms to such an extent that it calls into questions the essence of these rights and freedoms. Facial recognition in publicly accessible spaces for law enforcement purposes harms our right to privacy. So it does when conducted by other actors, public or private, for other purposes. These technologies disproportionately interfere with our data protection and privacy rights, even in spaces that are not publicly accessible, such as high school or even online. The EDPS is advocating for a ban facial recognition and other biometric identification technologies in publicly accessible spaces because this is not necessary, this is not proportionate. The limited exceptions to the ban in the AI Act proposal still imply mass surveillance. The use case fails to comply with the transparency principle, and we believe this will create a chilling effect towards other fundamental rights. It is very important that we do not confuse necessity with convenience. When something is not necessary for an activity, such activity cannot take place or its results are of insufficient quality. We often hear that facial recognition is necessary for some purposes, among them law enforcement related. However, we have law enforcement without biometric identification, and the low criminal activity in Europe is evidence that our law enforcement quality is of high quality. For many, many, many decades, even centuries, we have been conducting law enforcement with this very basic technology, and we have managed so far. So we have to be very careful going ahead with this on the assumption that this is needed. I fully understand the appealing and potential benefits of this technology. However, we need to consider all the time if this is proportional. Think, for example, of the Madrid airport, Adolfo Suarez Airport. Over there in 2019, they had 62 million passengers. I put the questions to you. Do you think it is proportional to process the biometric data, the faces of 62 million people, just to find a few criminals? I do not think so. The European Union is deeply rooted in humanistic ideas. Our search for eternal peace is based on the deep and shared belief from Latvia to Spain, from Ireland to Greece, that we must adhere to a long tradition of ethical and moral values. These principles we can trace back as far as the Renaissance times. And this humanistic tradition affirms that dignity and worth of all people. In other words, it puts the human being and its dignity at the center of the universe. We have already witnessed the harm that some new technologies deployed carelessly and just for the sake of economic profit have made their way in our societies. We are all witnessing the problem with disinformation, polarization, and the lack of respect for privacy and data protection deployed in some widely used technologies. So to effectively counter this, we need to embrace a new way of humanism, what I call digital humanism, that calls for new technologies to enhance human dignity and autonomy by infusing ethics into the design process and into norms and standards. The first implementation of this digital humanism was the principle of data protection by design included in the GDPR. Now we have to go further and start thinking of human dignity by design. If we apply this principle of human dignity by design to remote biometric identification in public spaces, we can immediately see that this puts all of us under surveillance and treat us as potential criminals or victims. This is far from enhancing human dignity and therefore should be strongly opposed. Deploying facial recognition in publicly accessible spaces is a direct attack to our right to privacy and means the end of anonymity in those spaces. Anonymity is something that has been with human beings forever, since the first human being was on Earth. Are we ready to destroy anonymity in our societies? I think we should be very careful when considering the deployment of these technologies. Also because it has a huge chilling effect on other fundamental rights, like the right to freedom of expression or the right to freedom of assembly, among many others. If we know that we are being watched and identified all the time, who's going to join a demonstration in a few years? Who's going to even dare to go to some places that could be associated to some political ideas or race or sexual orientation? This is very careful We have to preserve this anonymity in public spaces, otherwise we are effectively harming the exercise of other fundamental rights. So to conclude, and to keep within the time allocated by the organizer, I would like to say that Europe needs to keep loyal to its principles and values that put the dignity of the individual at the center of our systems. This is in the preamble of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union and is in Article 1. Even before the right to life is proclaimed, we Europeans proclaim the right to dignity, which we consider inviolable. Allowing mass and persistent surveillance of everybody at all times in all places is not compatible with our principles and values and with the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Even if facial recognition in publicly accessible spaces would stand to its promise of increased security, it would come to a very high price. How much of our fundamental rights we want to give away in exchange of such promise? I am convinced that if we carefully consider the price we will have to pay, we Europeans, we will not close this bargain. Thank you very much for your attention. I need to leave now to attend another meeting, but I will join the panel later on to participate in the discussions and to take some questions if necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Navas, for many valuable points. May you have a pleasant meeting after this one. Bet pārstādoties uz latviešu valodu.
Connecting to Latvian language, we had very, very nice thoughts. Ability to do something with technologies doesn't always mean we have to do it. So we have to look at this compatibility principle. For example, anonymity, which was mentioned by Mr. Navas, which has been with us since the first day of humanity. And the question Mr. Navas asked, and we will also maybe discuss in a discussion, are we ready to give up on it? And what would we gain for it? So a lot of valuable questions were posed, but now we would like to invite the head of ASIE, also lecturer for the Riga Technical University, Ventspils University, Liepāja University, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Evalds Urtāns, who will speak about improvement of communication abilities with help of artificial intelligence. So how to ensure data protection according to the GDPR. So this is a topical question. So is this the best strategy? And I will allow Evalds to answer to this question. And please, the next 15 minutes are for you.
Dzirdēt?
Jā, ļoti labi.
Okay. Tad esmu, kā jau man iepazīstināja Evalds Urtāns. Jā, līdz šim īsumā par sevi esmu ilgi strādājis pie dažādiem atvērtā koda risinājumiem, dažādiem pētījumiem, interesantiem. Šeit ir daži interesanti lietas, ko esmu darījis, uzbūvējis pats siltumsūkni, dēlam robotu un vēl dažādas interesantas lietas. Arī vadu tādu pētnieku komunu, Data Science Latvija, kur satiekās pētnieki no Lumī, no...
And the heater, and I am cooperating with different companies that work with artificial intelligence, and that was my work mainly before the pandemics. Then my team that I am working with are mostly my students on master's and doctorate level. And we have currently received almost 0.5 million euro investments that are mostly connected to personal data. Here's a little cartoon from the cartoon Scooby-Doo. They always have a monster that you pull off the mask off, and then you see their real identity, and that can be applied also to artificial intelligence. I'm looking in the chat if you agree to the statement that artificial intelligence is actually many different laws. Do you agree? If you do, write "I agree" in the chat. If somebody is in the chat, please reply so I can see. Once again, in the cartoon of Scooby-Doo, they catch a monster, and at the beginning they think it's a monster, but actually it is another person. And do you apply also the same idea to the artificial intelligence, that it is actually a lot of rules, a lot of laws? And thank you for your replies. What I teach in my university, then it is what somebody wrote in the chat, that it is actually mathematical functions that can be programmed. And we teach the artificial intelligence to learn certain connections from the data. That is what I teach also my students, and that is how our models work. What has happened lately, that the clusters of data has grown. We have the supercomputers, and from unstructured data, we can get structured data and make analysis. That is one big issue that we should consider. Therefore, I think that in the statistics, we have to get experts of artificial intelligence involved. In our models, we use teaching clusters and test clusters. So if we have in the teaching clusters something, then the artificial intelligence learns from this cluster new letters. For example, in Apple Face ID, they don't always use your face, but they have already pre-learned a model. Similarly, is voice ID models. We are mostly working with voice ID models, where we are using biometrical models, hearing how you talk, the style and the resonance, all the specifics of your voice. We use also emotion classification that we are developing, cooperating with psychologists, where we get many connections that maybe you can't get in psychology. It is interesting to show that according to the typologies of character, the data changes. One product that I would like to describe to you is called Asya. That is meant for the new couples who have newborns. The application is called Closer to You. You take the application, and there are many topics, and the application recognizes who is talking and how. You shouldn't use the application as a weapon and say that here you are being negative towards me, but it has good results that people are listening to each other and they are talking on deeper topics. we receive different metrics on how much you speak, how quickly you speak, how much you are listening. We have also been featured in the App Store. And here you can see how the data is being processed. Maybe not always we have a clear picture of how it's done. So the user chooses if they want to record the conversation or not. Currently, the data is sent to the server, to its temporary memory. Then the metadata is being analyzed, and it is not saved. It is saved on the main disk. We do have some risks, of course, but as far as we have studied the GDPR, as long as we are not studying the person and we are not limiting somehow the person, we don't have any problems. We have mostly in America 30,000 users. 52% have agreed to the GDPR rules and terms that we are receiving their personal data, and 59% have agreed to record their conversations, their private conversations. From at the first moment, you might think nobody would allow to record their conversations, but I think users find it rather interesting to do it, so they do. In the end, I would like to show you another application where we are using different evaluation systems and making them in a new way. If we all know this old way how we push the button, then now we are using the artificial intelligence models. The similar aspect is used, that we are not trying to keep the personal data, but we are trying to get metadata. This method we are using in call centers, where if before we had a person listening to these calls, and right now we have artificial intelligence used. If we do have automatic process used, then the selling is grown by 30%. It is also more transparent. You can have unverbal analysis. We can have keyword analysis, and so on. We do have challenges. If we continue regarding GDPR, then is in the call centers that the people have to agree that their call is going to be analyzed. Secondly, maybe you don't know, but also if you receive a call from a company, then they have also right to record this conversation. And also our so-called robots call also on our side when they call to our clients who are calling you. So that is called the secret caller. And also in these applications, we are not using personal data of the client. We are using the metadata. We are using the external systems. Then we have section where the user can agree that their data is sent externally somewhere. But mostly the data is processed locally. That is shortly all about my project. If you have any questions or you are more interested, you can always apply to our demos. I'll look what's happening in the chat. Do you agree within the GDPR that algorithms are used for that the algorithms are used towards the users? The data is not being given, the artificial intelligence is not giving the personal data. So we are not trying to save any personal data. If we do save any data, that is metadata. There was also a question regarding artificial intelligence. Yes, there are other systems that are not compatible to the real-life machineries. But the real-time machineries are more effective. But we can talk about it more in LinkedIn. We have time to time different courses regarding this topic. I don't see any other questions, but I remind the email address info@pitchpatterns.com, and you can see how our applications work in real life. If you have any more questions regarding GDPR or data protection, we can discuss it later. Thank you.
Well, tumman kaart.
So soon we will start the discussion, and Evalds, you're scaring me. So the event moderator, when they're in the center of analysis, it is very hard to assess. So what systems of emotion recognition will be used and how we will be marked? So anyways, if anybody is assessing, evaluating me, I am a human, and to make mistakes, this is a human. So now it's time to rearrange everything we heard. And like Evalds already said, we have a panel discussion ahead of us where we will discuss the topics we touched upon before, ethics and technologies. Is it possible to use the new technologies without violating the personal data procession principles? The main participants of the discussion are from Latvia, so my proposal is to organize this discussion in Latvian, and as soon as our foreign presenter connects to the discussion, then we'll ask questions to him in English. But if all the participants of our discussion agree, then let's raise our hand and vote that we'll speak in Latvian. And yes, I see everybody agrees. There are no objections. So let us move forward. And now I am honored to introduce the participants of the discussion to you. So we are inviting the representative from the Latvian mobile phone, the lawyer, and also data protection specialist and expert, Mr. Mārtiņš Pujats. We heard the presentation from him. Hello, Mārtiņš. And then you just heard, and we welcome to this digital discussion Mr. Evalds Urtāns. So happy to see that you are still with us. And the next, we have several new participants in today's discussion. So we have the Latvian Association of Doctors representative, then Mr. Denis Čelovskis, who is the head of the IT department, and also the two representatives from the Ministry of Environmental Protection. First of all, Mrs. Kristīna Jankovska, who is the system analyst of the Information and Policy Planning and Implementation Department. And also Mr. Jānis Ratkevičs from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, the senior consultant of the Information Society Policy Planning and Implementation. So yes, we can hear you, and let us start. We have about an hour for this discussion. Of course, we can speak a lot of time about these topics, but just for the beginning of the discussion, there are several topics to discuss. And first of all, let us return to the basics, so the understanding and awareness. So more or less all of us know What's the topic about? How much data can be gathered? What can we get to know? We will speak more about it in the second part of the day. But how much an individual, just an ordinary person, how much they perceive and understand what data is gathered about them and what are the red flags. If there are people who are watching us and who are just concerned about data privacy, but they are not IT specialists. So what are the red flags we have to be aware of today? And let us start with a wider angle. And I will give floor to the representatives of the Ministry of Environmental Protection. So let us start with Jānis and then Christina. So Jānis, so what do we need to draw attention to? So what data you provide to the service provider, especially in some free of charge solutions? Remember, when you are offered a good app without paying, free of charge, then you must remember that your data is the price you are paying. This is the way how the producer, the manufacturer of this app is operating. So you are paying with your data. Awareness usually is raised when there are several problems. As soon as people face some negative consequences, then they start thinking how to act in order to avoid such mistakes. But up to the moment when it becomes personal, when it is among the closest relatives or it is not told on TV, people are not careful. And when these private videos are used, people start thinking. But I believe that this is just a question of time, because this awareness, understanding of people are not step in step with new technologies, because there are all the time new possibilities, new things coming up, and people are not yet ready and have not perceived all the risks which come along with those technologies. So this is a question about generation change and also educating the public, so that everyone understands that everything you do online leaves footsteps that can be automated and the data also can be used. Christina, is it so bad? As Jānis said, that we are aware of the essence of things only when something bad happens. So do something bad need to happen for people to become aware what data they are sharing and providing and how careful they should be? Honestly saying, I don't think that it is so bad in our public, that technologies are always used in malicious way and this data is used in malicious ways, but we still must remember that these technologies are developing faster than our understanding. And here the topic is about the goal and also proportionality. So the goals and what data are gathered, the public is informed about, and what is the understanding of the public. So very often the good services are made not so good, pointing at the risks. But when we look at the bad services, very often we point out how good they are for the public and what are the benefits. And of course, the educating the public is the most important. The public has to not only know the rights, but also the principles of the personal data, which we protect so much, how they are revived, used in specific solutions and specific things. And what we should do altogether is when we create new services, new technologies, we have to inform the public about the goals and also about the possible risks. Because if we don't tell the whole picture, the public cannot be aware and not to know whether they want to send their data or not. So here the story is about the being informed. But I'm also representing the part of the society which consider that technologies have to be promoted and developed, but that has to be done in a clear and robust framework so that each part of the public is able to understand and get to know this information, and if they don't understand, they can get this understanding in some places. So this is like a general point, because I really see that technologies are developing and we shouldn't be the ones hindering this development. Yes, I totally agree. Not only talking about data protection, but when we look at drones, we see technologies are developing. We just need to regulate and to be able to catch up with them. And now I would like to turn to Dennis, as you're a white hacker and you have seen several angles, what can be achieved with data. And the question is also to you. So at first I presented the hypothesis that an ordinary human doesn't understand and is very trusting, maybe naive a little bit. What are the red flags for a person when they work in public and private systems, so what they should be aware of? Yes, I would like, first of all, to say thank you very much for being able to participate in this discussion. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we live in a time when there is a lack of time. There is the pandemics, we kind of save some time not having to transport to drive to workplace. You can work remotely from home, but still you don't have enough time. And let us look at spooky announcements. They are so various, so large. If they were, all of them were standardized, nobody would look at them. But I usually, when I talk to my students, they become annoyed by these announcements and they just approve them, accept them without reading. And here is this issue. I would like to agree to Jans that people draw attention to the problem when it's already too late. Can you repeat the question once more, please? Yes, okay, let's continue your idea, what you said, that people notice something when it's already too late. So what are the aspects? How to notice? What are the red flags okay, those cookies, yes, this is a very good aspect. And of course, most of us just press accept all to get to the content, but what are the other red flags we have to be aware of? All the scope offered by the service. What Jans already said. If the service is free of charge, then you are paying the price with your data. But of course, if it's not free of charge, maybe they're using your data as well. So you have to pay attention to everything offered by the service, and it's not always presented to you, and not always you can avoid it. And on the other hand, the ones who are developing these technologies, those are the people who think, who like development. We are moving forward. We want to do this and that, and people think that it would be great to recognize people's faces and in real time, but this is a totally different world, but people, of course, don't want to be recognized and they want to be anonymous. Okay, thank you, Dennis, for your ideas. I would like to continue about this understanding, and maybe when we are talking about just people who are using those systems, I see the raised hands. Maybe I would like to add another aspect to this question. So companies and organizations, we shouldn't look far away that there is a surveys that these purchase habits have changed. And organizations, of course, companies and organizations follow it. And for many people, the possibility how to survive was transferring to the digital environment. And here I would like to turn to Martin. So Martin, from your perspective, what do you see? What are the largest challenges for entrepreneurs? So one is the question how to create your own internet shop, and that's a very simple one for another conference. But what are other aspects? And entrepreneurs, in most cases, face some problems. What are the problems at the side of companies and private companies and organizations? I believe that the example about this internet shop is actually not so simple, like you said. Let us assume that entrepreneur puts a client in the center, and very often it becomes also a problem because the entrepreneur wants to serve client in a way which is the most pleasant for the client. And for the client to have it pleasant, the entrepreneur, of course, wants to adjust to the peculiarities and expectations of the client, what is comfortable for a client, so they don't need to make some extra clicks or and so that the time span from the moment when a client opened the page until the moment when they make a purchase is as short as possible. And of course, this is also commercial interest, but the entrepreneur wants to please the client and also to serve the expectancies of the client. And so it means that sometimes entrepreneur might misuse the opportunities of the technology. Maybe they want to get to know what is the background, what is the history of the client when they come to the specific shop. So therefore, I would like to say, if we put a client in the center, the entrepreneurs sometimes tend to forget that they need to double check with clients whether they really want to have all these data gathered from the side of GDPR. I believe that the pandemic has taught us quite well how to adjust to the situation, and it is important for us to be learning from the previous mistakes. And it is very important also that the State National Data Inspectorate is involved, and also the clients are involved, because we can't say that all the entrepreneurs were born with already a knowledge of GDPR. Of course, we have to educate them, and these issues related to clients and clients' wishes, desires, are the ones which are educating also entrepreneurs. Before I give floor to Christine, I would like also to ask a question to Evalds. So Martin emphasized that nobody was born with all this knowledge. Evalds, maybe you, with experience of a lecturer, maybe you can outline how to speak to entrepreneurs. What are the best ways how to help them, how to deliver the knowledge, how to educate, so that they don't step on this rake? So is it the developers who should take a larger responsibility? Because this is not just entrepreneur who is creating and developing the shop, or are there other persons who are playing this role, or education is basis? Okay, first of all, if the entrepreneur is not coding this app himself, the problem with data arise where they are created maybe intentionally with a goal to earn more. But I will think about how to communicate it better. But in relation to the comments and what was said by the previous speakers, there were some things I wanted to say. So first of all, very often we speak that in order to limit the future solutions, for example, face recognition, or all of us have smartwatch with biometric data, heart rate, and so on. We need to think intensively how to limit or how to educate about current solutions, which are critical and dangerous, I would say. And in case the user is leaking their email or other information which is linked to the critical services. And in case if somebody could enter your Google account and set up their phone, if your phone is not set up there, then it's actually impossible to get back your Google account. There is not a service to be able to do this. All these automated services wouldn't work, because those who know how to hack, they know what to connect and how to do, so you are never later able to access your Google account. Also, talking about the information on the social networking sites, people sometimes think that they can communicate with family and friends on social networking sites, and they can publish some political viewpoints or photos or so on, but in the future that will play back negatively on you, because this is not anymore the family communication platforms. Those are the platforms which are used at the political level. And in the end, where the National Data Inspectorate could help us is that in case if you have published your phone number somewhere or your photos, and if somebody with malicious intention start publishing on your behalf with your phone number some information on some portals, which is some information which is not related to you, and then you need to change your phone number, which is also connected to various services. And now, when you go to the police and write an application, you have no hopes that within the next year you would receive anything, any solution. So it would be great if the Data Inspectorate had some solutions, how they could protect the users and how they could communicate with large services, for example, Google and so on. I am sorry for such a long comment. So, yeah, I see that maybe we should change the title, not the Data Inspectorate, but the Data Police. But very good that you were outlining the problems, and I believe that this is an opportunity to think about it. And so please, Christine, I will give you the floor, and then later, so you can raise your physical hand or the digital hand. So Christine, please. So what I wanted to say in line with the previous comments, I also agree with those, but the only thing I didn't like is that you are using the word limiting. Because in this digital environment and also personal data protection, I believe that there has to be the two-way cooperation. So proportionality and the goal has to be understood for the both sides. Because as Martin already said, that very often the entrepreneur is prepared to do everything for the client, but the client's requests towards the entrepreneur also sometimes are not proportionate, and sometimes clients kind of force the entrepreneur to violate something in order to get the service as soon as possible. So we are very often kind of late with these clear standards, so that everything is clear both for the seller and also for the user, what are the demands, the requirements to use, so that clients don't give up on the seller who is in line with all the requirements, but shopping with him is 2 clicks longer. And what is the most important now, what we have to do altogether, of course, we have to take care of the legal framework, which has to be clear and easy to understand. But I don't like to have these norms which are forbidding something. Instead, we should explain how, in a correct and legal and right way, to fulfill requirements which are orientated at the client and also entrepreneur. And this is the most optimal way how we can move forward, because very often in our life we get to the moment that the more we forbid something, the more are risks that this will be violated, implementing something different. And I don't believe that this is the right way. So there should be a general understanding and knowing the rights and the duties, and this is the way to go.
Thank you. That's right. That's what is not available to us is the most interesting to us. I agree to Evalds about the Google account. I think people can't grow digitally if they don't experiment. We need to have real-life ideas where we can test our ideas and learn from our mistakes. And we have to experiment. We have to experiment with our Google accounts and with our bank accounts, and we can't grow if we don't learn from our mistakes. So there has to be a framework that we don't make too great of a mistake. If we will use the new 5G possibilities, where we can connect directly different sensors, where we won't need routers, that requires professional maintenance and connection, that is really great, that we can experiment within our home with our appliances, but at that moment we know what are the risks, and we learn from these examples how to use digital tools. And then we can already ask certain things from our local municipality, from our city, for example, regarding the rubbish bins, regarding environmental issues, and so on. And only then we can cooperate within the smart city when we have done these experiments within our own home. But we shouldn't do these experiments with our only personal code, with our only bank account. Yes, be careful with your experiments. I remember experimenting with our only printer at home, and unfortunately it never came back to life. But that's a good idea that you mentioned. We don't have much time left, but we have like a main issue that we talk about is ethics and technologies. So let's turn to this topic. Ethics and technologies. Dennis started our conversation on this topic, but where is the ethics? It is very current now to talk about ethical challenges, how ethically a car drives, and what are the situations, how these robots, artificial intelligence, how can they be ethical? I have only one example. If we're talking about artificial intelligence, as long as one person kills another person, that's an ethical issue. But when the robot does it, it's not an ethical question. Recently, there was a situation in Israel regarding artificial intelligence. Also, China has an ethical code for artificial intelligence, where it is using different monitoring systems. So I think the ethical issue is meant to understand that ethical intelligence is good for the humanity. But unfortunately, currently, and I believe it's also going to happen in the future, as we are living in a commercial world, that companies will use more and more artificial intelligence. If one you will use artificial intelligence, it won't be, it is not considered ethical, but if everyone does it, it is. Ewald, you also touched upon the topic of ethics. Where is ethics? As I mentioned, in our deep study machinery studies, that is main AI tool currently, and if we'll have in the future other types of computers, and AIs will only become more strong. So all these tools are connected to ethical issues. As we heard before, that all these different social media platforms are not anymore just social platforms. They have become political platforms. We all hear about misinformation regarding COVID, regarding politics. And in these platforms, we're talking about moderators who have their own understanding of the ethics, where they check which posts are misleading. And only based on these first data, or the data that the artificial intelligence is using, based on this data, it becomes ethical or unethical. These moderators show us the aspect how the system is created outside the technologies. That we have people from outside who decide how the system is going to work, not that the technology is doing it for itself. We have solutions where we we don't have to use markers, but we do have to control the system in a way. Yes, I would like to add that what Ewald said. For example, when the COVID-19 pandemic started, I wanted to use the artificial intelligence to stop the pandemic. And one of the ways how to do it was comparing the Röntgens or the X-rays of the sick people, but the data wasn't working because artificial intelligence wasn't understanding if those were older people or younger people. And it couldn't be used in a way how it is used in the oncology field. And within the 49% of the cases, the prescription of the artificial intelligence, when it is used, is done better than if it's done by a doctor who is a human. And that is a good example of an ethical aspect. But on the other hand, the doctor then is not needed anymore. We have a comment in our platform. Thank you for your comments and questions. If you have any, please write your questions in the chat section. And note that you want it to be asked to the moderator. But what Dennis mentioned about medicine, about prescription medicine, we are touching upon very sensitive topics. The person gets the wrong prescription, and we can have very bad outcome. We heard before in the presentation that we have to learn to understand new laws. I would like to turn to the representatives of the ministry. How utopical it is for us to think currently about teaching artificial intelligence our existing laws. Is it something unreal, or is it already happening in our automatic systems that an artificial intelligence is learning what are our laws? I don't know. Who would like to reply? Jānis, please. Yes, legislation can be worked into the any system to teach the system. It doesn't have to be artificial intelligence. And there are certain points that a certain system is not allowed to do. Also, if the system is learning from its experience, but it is not breaking certain rules. For example, if a self-driving car is learning from the drivers, but even if the red light is on and the driver is crossing the road, the self-driving car is not going to do it. If it can be applied to the systems, and we have sufficient investments, the legislation is changing, but then it is possible. But mostly these systems, also the artificial intelligence is rather narrow. That is working with certain functions and is more simplified. So it has certain rules rather than whole legislative framework. Christine, would you have anything to add? Yes, a little bit regarding learning the legislation. Most likely that in certain standard situations we can teach artificial intelligence, but mostly we do live in a world where the human is the dominating factor, and I'm not sure if the artificial intelligence can learn all the human aspects of our life. I tend to think that no. To purposefully use artificial intelligence, firstly, we have to work with our society, because currently, I believe, we don't truly understand the importance of the artificial intelligence in our lives. That society is not currently ready for global artificial intelligence tools or solutions. Because if we look on digitalization, then we can see that people still want to receive services face-to-face. They still believe that electronic services are not as good. So we have to take into consideration these aspects where the society is. And of course, artificial intelligence can be useful for one part of the society, but it can be harmful for another part of the society. So we have to take into consideration this.
Tehnoloģija.
So now we'll turn to Mārtiņš. There are self-driven cars in Biķernieki and some other things coming from entrepreneurs and also from you. So are these changes and what Christine has said that not only have the regulations, but this human understanding? So how this all works? So from the perspective of IoT, Internet of Things, we more focus on automatization. So it means we are trying to create as precise as possible results, as much as possible um, transmission of these physical environments to the events. So in order, if we want, for example, to teach the video camera to recognize the car number plates, we have to take into account a set of various aspects, for example, light, materials, reflections, various weather conditions, and so on. So initially, this recognition is with a lower rate, and then we also connect other sensors to this process, and when we analyze the specific examples why this number plate wasn't recognized, so we are training for those cases. So we would look at this as a human, which is the basic level of the smart city. So we would look at that the human is learning and determining various algorithms for specific situations. And that makes us to the more precise learning from mistakes. And this is a process that within this learning process, we want to connect more data, so add sounds and also data from other sensors in order to avoid mistakes. But mistakes by themselves, if there are no essential losses for humans, mistakes are the way of learning. And so on the internet, we see time by time how in the UK, the car was built for speeding, but the car actually wasn't at that spot. And so the camera actually was read some kind of inscription of the sweater of a person and turned it into the car, and it was built for speeding. So it shows that our technologies still have to learn quite a lot, and if there is some process, people, of course, are training this technology, and technology is becoming better and better. Okay, if you want to harm somebody, you print somebody's number plate on your T-shirt and run fast. Yes, maybe I didn't say very clearly, but what I wanted to say that the human and amount of data, how humans operate, we don't program, don't code. We use our experience. So for the cars to be able to use this artificial intelligence in such a wide spectrum, it's not just enough with this regulatory and requirements part to get the result we expect. So there should be interaction between what we want to have in this machine and also human reasoning and human mind. It has to be supplemented all the time, and in the way that it is legal and also acceptable for everyone. So not just to put a wide set of data in those cars, or these machines, but to ensure that we achieve the result we are expecting. Okay, I'm looking at the platform. Maybe we can take this question. Olex has sent us a question, and I'm quoting: how could it be possible to regulate the situations where artificial intelligence is actually fed with wrong data in order to compromise its activities, operation? For example, I saw that there was a type of chatbot which can learn, can be self-taught after conversations with people. And so this chatbot in some time learned some cursing words and also some not so nice phrases. So I'm repeating. So how to regulate the situations that the artificial intelligence is intentionally fed with incorrect data. Okay, here we have to separate various cases. How risky is this use or this data poisoning? If this is a chat which actually doesn't cause any harm to anyone, and if it is envisaged to be taught by the conversation partners, so the virtual assistant or chatbot was learning from the conversation partners, so users were teaching intentionally some kind of foolish things. So this is kind of one thing. But another thing is when there is autonomous drone, which is intentionally the system is hacked and the wrong data is given, or intentionally similar as for the radio frequencies, so how somebody is intentionally kind of disturbing it, that can cause more severe consequences than in comparison with other. So if this cyber system is hacked, the criminal liability sets in force. Or so this is a different situation. Whether this is a system which causes risks and the real losses, this is liability for the person who does it intentionally. That the same as liability for some other intentional activities. Yes, Dennis? We have to look at the artificial intelligence as an instrument, similar as other technologies. And today, technologies can be widely used. Artificial intelligence can be used in chatbots and so on. And we saw with Google Search or Google Translate, we were able to feed with the information, and then it translated in a wrong way. I will agree with Janis that this is the intentional destruction of the instrument, and then that ends this issue, this question. So I see that Leonardo also has connected to our panel discussion. I would like to ask one question to him, and also I would like other participants to reflect.
Discussion, and we've talked a lot about different things and topics, but you already mentioned in your presentation the European Commission's regulation on artificial intelligence. And let me be the devil's advocate for a little bit and ask you the question: will this regulation will it more enhance and make artificial intelligence development better and maybe faster? Or is this, in a way, an obstacle that will slow things down? And it will be interesting to hear then later on what the other discussion participants will answer, but maybe your take, and if it won't slow down, then maybe you can give us some examples how this regulation is actually working on making artificial intelligence development better and even faster.
Sorry, but didn't get the question right, probably with the connection. Can you hear me well?
I understand that there's a small internet problem right now, but I will repeat the question. So the new European Commission's regulation on artificial intelligence, in what ways will this regulation enhance artificial intelligence development, or are there ways that it will slow things down?
Okay. I misunderstood I'm very sure because it was cut down. I think your question is whether the AI regulation proposed by the Commission will facilitate the development of technology or other slow down progress.
I'm sorry, Leonardo.
Okay,
I
I'm
will
gonna switch
have
off my
to
video
cut you off
to
and
see
maybe
if the
ask our colleagues
connection
to mute your
improves.
microphone because the internet connection, unfortunately, is too bad to
Okay.
understand us. I understand that you heard the question, but on our side, we're only hearing every second word. So unfortunately, we have to move on. But pārslēdzoties atpakaļ uz latviešu valodu, varbūt es
So connecting back to Latvian, so I will ask this question to you. Unfortunately, we didn't hear the opinion of Leonardo about this issue, but this is still topical. So we have a regulation from above, from top, and that will arrange many things. But how do you see? Would this regulation speed up and improve the artificial intelligence development, or this will hinder it and this will slow it down? So let us start, Jānis, with you. So first of all, I would like to say some general notions. What does it include, this regulation? What does it include? So there will be forbidden practices, for example, social ratings, which is used by the country, and it separates the high-risk systems, which have certain requirements and also duties for the developers, so conformity assessment, standards, certificates, regulatory institutions, and so on. Also, process management and innovation. So this is mainly binding for high-risk systems. There will be specific monitoring requirements for a medium-risk system. And if we talk about minimum or no-risk systems, there will be no specific conditions for them. So this is the first attempt in the world to regulate the artificial intellect systems. In my opinion, the primary, what we see is we see that for all the involved parties, it will facilitate the work, but still, I don't think it will speed up or slow down something. It will just give very clear regulations of the game. So Jānis and Christina, we have heard several examples. We also read on the news. We don't remember which country in Europe it was, but we also heard that in order to ensure the public order, so for the policemen to be able to see and detect criminals on the streets better, they connected this compatibility of the monitoring and the surveillance systems and also criminal faces. And this is kind of benefit for the public, but to use face recognition and to register everyone on the streets, according to the new regulation, it is not possible. Where is this ethical bridge? I will comment about the ethics and the public benefit. So we have to look at the context. The previous speakers in their comments already said about it. So the volume of the data which is processed for the public benefit, is it proportional with the benefit? And would this data processing at such volume and so much is reasonable, is proportionate? And we have to also look at the risks from this processing of personal data. So are we talking just about the public benefit, so detecting some criminals, or this processing of data can cause and pose unproportionate risks for the rest of the public, including also the criminals to be detected? If you talk about face recognition and following the habits and also rights to the public and private life. So this border and each situation has to be assessed separately, and we have to set those principles so that they are clear and understandable, and we have to analyze at each situation. I totally agree with Jans that this European regulation will set clear rules of the game. It will provide clear principles, clear also demands what can be used and what can't be used, and also with what awareness and what goal can we do something. So I am for the idea, if we create this regulation, it has to be proportionate and general, comprehensive, and then it will be a benefit, and all the parties in the game will understand the rules of the game instead of each group separately. Yes, I wanted to also add that what is forbidden in the regulation is real-time biometric identification. So the systems in real time recognizing people. This is forbidden with an exception. Exception is the persons that are searched, or the persons which are missing, and this function can be used only after the court order, or if there is a decision of the member state to create a specific organization. So if we are searching for a specific person, it doesn't mean that all the people are recognized. So there is a photo of the people in question, and through the camera there is a detection whether it is or not. So it doesn't recognize whether this is John or Peter, but they are analyzing whether the person in question, whether it is the person or not. So it's not that mandatory to have recognition of all the rest of the people. It just the system is comparing if this is the person they are searching for.
PS
I'll try once again to connect to Leonardo.
hope that internet connection is better, so I'm going to quickly repeat the question. We already started discussing about it, but this European Commission level regulation on artificial intelligence, let me be the devil's advocate and ask you, what are the ways that it will slow down the development of artificial intelligence, or are there examples how this will actually enhance it?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and apologies for the technical problems. From the European Data Protection Supervisor, we have said that we very much welcome this European regulation on artificial intelligence. Why? Because Europe needs to lead in terms of new technologies, and something on which Europeans are quite good is in regulating stuff, and it is very important that we take leadership in regulating artificial intelligence. This is what is called the Brussels effect, which has been confirmed with the leadership shown by the European Union on the issue of data protection. So the GDPR, whose negotiations started already in 2012, has now become the global standard. And now the whole Europe and the whole world is looking at us and looking at the mirror of the GDPR. And if we are smart with the AI regulation, we are likely to achieve the same effect. The whole world will conduct regulation on AI in the same way we are spearheading from Europe. So if you allow me to use an example, simile, to understand the importance of regulating AI, think of the regulation on aviation. When the aviation international aviation became a reality, so it was possible to transport people from in between continents. We are talking about the first half of the 20th century. Everybody saw the potential of this, and in fact, aviation changed the world, and it was something that it's very similar to what we have with artificial intelligence. It has also the potential to change the world. But for this to work, the regulation has to be the same in every place. So you cannot have safe aviation only applied by a bunch of countries. The safe aviation has also needs also to work in Kabul or in Tripoli or wherever you go. The standards need to be the same. And at the beginning of the international aviation, there was not sufficient safety in place. And look what happened. We had the famous Hindenburg accident with these, I don't know how the name in English of these transportation before planes, you know. And that was like a wake-up call for everybody that it was necessary to have strong regulation, strong safety. And thanks to that, nowadays, hundreds of thousands of planes are going around the world, and there are practically no accidents happening because there is a very strong safety in this technology. So the same has to be applied now for artificial intelligence, because if not, customers are not going to jump on these planes because there are going to be accidents all around the world. So rather than slowing down the development of artificial intelligence, I think this regulation is likely to boost enormously the potential of artificial intelligence. I mean, and if Europe is in the lead of that, this is very good news for European companies, and probably bad news for foreign companies that won't be so quick in understanding all these principles that we are spearheading from the European Union. I don't know if this answers your question, but this is what we truly believe. Of course, this regulation needs to be smart, cannot be dogmatic, has to be based on evidence and facts, a risk-based approach like the GDPR, and we have to learn from some lessons extracted from the GDPR. We also have to have sound and centralized enforcement to make the law a reality. So not only in the books, it has also to be in the reality. So this is why we are so happy with this proposal from the Commission. It needs to be fine-tuned. There are some issues that need to be corrected. For example, I mentioned this morning this issue of the possibility of facial recognition in publicly available spaces. We don't think that's something that should happen. But in general terms, we are very, very confident that this is the right step in the right direction.
If I can paraphrase it in short, so there might be some cases where we will have to maybe say goodbye to a little bit of comfort, but in return we will get a greater benefit for the whole of society. Am I correct? Did I understand that correctly? All right, and I would
Indeed,
like to.
I think.
Yeah, and I would like to take the chance, Leonardo, and ask you one question from the audience here in our digital platform. There's a question from Agnes, and Agnes is asking and is saying that right now the list of high-risk systems in this regulation is so broad, so vast that it entails all of the also interesting systems. He puts that in quotation marks, and I asked him what are the interesting systems, and he mentioned a few: migration, physical people protection, critical infrastructure, and so on and so on. And the question that he's putting forth is, will this division in risk categories really work? Maybe if you can state in short, we don't have a lot of time, but how this was developed, and maybe what were the key factors that were taken into consideration when putting these in these risk boxes.
Yes, this is a very pertinent question, and this is something that is often being debated here in Brussels. As I said, this regulation has to be smart, cannot be dogmatic, has to be based on facts and evidence. And therefore, it can only categorize as high risk what is truly a high risk. what is a low risk should not be a high risk. That's pretty obvious. But I turn to the same example I mentioned before about international aviation. What is low risk when you're up in the air and you're transporting people? I mean, let's be serious about it. We're talking about technologies that can take decisions, autonomous decisions that can affect people's life. Therefore, the standards of care must be very high, because we are not talking about here about little recommendations about the next movie you will be watching in Netflix. We are talking about machine, highly autonomous machine that will be leading about with recruitment, with decisions about health and issues that are very important for human beings and affect all of us deeply. So I don't think it is a problem that we force our companies to be rigorous in conducting the assessment and to take care of people's dignity. But of course, I fully agree with you. We cannot exaggerate, because if you exaggerate, that leads to stagnation, and that doesn't help Europe at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Leonardo Servara Navas from European Data Protection Supervisory Office, director of this office. Thank you for joining our discussion. I will turn to Latvian.
I will switch to English now. I want to ask my last final question. Please give an answer, each of you, shortly, yes or no. Returning to our main question, can we use new technologies without breaching the personal data principle? Yes or no? And one aspect that you would like to mention before we go, what we should pay attention to in the future when we work on systems, so that we wouldn't breach the balance between new technologies and personal data, so we would have a perfect balance. So I will start with Jānis. Yes, I believe that similarly to any other field, we can have a regulation. Similarly to other regulations, we won't have 100% coverage. We always have some mistakes. We have to reach the ideals, but it is not going to always be so. Christine, yes, no, and your advice for the future? Yes, definitely we can use new technologies, taking into account all the requirements for personal data processing. I would like to draw attention unfortunately, Christine, we have lost Christine. Please, Dennis. We will return to Christine then later. Dennis, can we have the balance between technologies and personal data processing? And your thought that we can take away from today? Yes. Only when we are developing these technologies, we have to understand why we are creating these systems. And my suggestion is to put ourselves in the center of the system as a consumer. Would I agree that my data is being processed? And have I understood everything that is happening? Not that we do it just to draw a check. Yes, we should all read the terms and conditions. Martins, of course, we can use technologies legally and ethically. Firstly, I think we need transparency. our clients and everyone should know to whom we are doing it. And other criteria is a goal. What is our data processing goal? The wider goal we have, the more we understand that the new technologies let us be successful in sustainability in other topics. And please, Mārtiņš, what about you? Excuse me, Evalds. I think, firstly, education is important, that everyone understands what they are doing and they can evaluate how much they trust one or the other system, regardless if it's state or private sector. And if you do trust these authors and creators, then everything is okay. But I am not sure if that can be regulated in such a swift way. We had 4 yes and 1 not complete answer. I think our future is bright. Thank you for all your comments and discussions in the platform. I'm sorry that we didn't answer all your questions. Before we go, we have a little gift for you. We had also an artist who connected to our platform, and he has drawn all of us. Here you can see the picture. Maybe not everyone is drawn here, but we can see the concept of our discussion of today. And I think it can be applied very well. That we look in the internet, and it is a mirror of ourselves. And it was drawn by Eriks Zaune. Thank you. Thank you once again to all our participants of the discussion: Mārtiņš Pujats, Evalds Urtāns, Denis Čalovskis, Kristīna Jankovska, and Jānis Ratkevičs, and of course, Mr. Navas.
Kungi, liels
Thank you, and we end with this, our first part of the conference, and we'll meet again in less than an hour at 2 o'clock. And there we will have our next big question in our beta stage, to publish or not to publish, where we will talk about the content that we publish or not publish on internet. Thank you.
Dāmas un kungi, cienījamie skatītāji.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So let us call those back who are away, because we are again resuming the international conference, Personal Data, the Future Perspective. And my name is Artis Ozoliņš. I will be the moderator for this conference on the beta stage, which is one of the 5 stages. Just in case, if you want to look around, on top above this video, there is a control tool. You can switch between screens and between stages, but don't leave this place, because we have a very, very exciting content. And the first part is just to prove how interesting topics we are covering, how this internet how all these technologies are compatible with personal data. And when people were voting in the first part of the conference, they said quite assuring yes, that it is possible to integrate, to put together the new technologies and also not to violate these personal data. But in this second part, we will speak about the issue to publish or not to publish on a Facebook platform, for example. But of course, we will look from the broader perspective. So we will speak about the freedom of speech and privacy, how well they are aligned together. We will also have an excellent opportunity to hear from Ireland experience of the data protection point of view, because the large platforms are based in Ireland. And then also we will hear about what the information available about you are on the online, what does it tell about you, and also how to remove the information in some problem cases. Because today in this public space where we are also today, now, everything that is placed on social networking sites is traveling the world in so high speed, and freedom of speech is a leading motive. But at the same time, there is also the rule of that information doesn't disappear anywhere, so it is circulated somewhere. Also, Data Inspectorate last year had a campaign, black on white, and they were explaining that the information doesn't disappear. Everything you publish do not disappear. But still, there was a statistics and a survey, and it says that more than 25% of cases, complaints which are submitted to the National Data Inspectorate, is about activities of private persons publishing information which is violating rights of somebody else. So that means we still need to talk about it, and also will continue to speak about it in the future. And a little bit of technical information. Welcome to our platform. Probably you have already used it. And if you look to the left side, you see a program, list of participants, and also a calendar. And if you stay on this stage, you maybe don't need all these options, but you can start networking with participants. But on the other side, there is a chat box where you, dear participants and viewers, already had a parallel discussion during the first part. And also the speakers, you can see what questions are posed. And we will at first not ask questions to the presenters, but later in the panel discussion, we will ask them. So if you want to ask a question, you can put a tick and I will receive those questions. And in order to measure how many of you have returned back after the lunch break, we'll have a philosophical question. So on the right side, where there is a chat, on top there is also an option polls, where there is a philosophical question, and it is: would you like to have a time machine where you can go back only backwards, or only forward in time? So you could answer to this question. So would you like to have a time machine going backwards or forward? But while you are answering, we are moving forward, and this part is going to be more in English, and discussion also will be organized in English. So it is very important for you to understand that on the bottom part of the screen, there is an icon with headphones. If you are watching via telephone, it's under 3 dots. And so when you press on Languages channel, you can make a choice between listening into English or into Latvian. And dear participants who have connected through the Zoom platform, please stay with us. Don't get lost, because we need you. And let us start with the first story about freedom of speech and social life and private life on social networking sites. And the presenter will be representative of Latvia in the European Court of Human Rights. Since 2012, she has been representing Latvia in international organizations. And ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Kristīna Līce. Hello, Ms. Kristīna. Kristīna, can you hear us? If you are viewing us on platform, please switch off the sound on platform and listen to us on Zoom. so that there is not a gap between this. Yes, hello, I hope you can hear me and you can see me. Something got wrong, but can you hear me? I will try to renew all the controls because I had planned to share a presentation, but now I must admit I'm a little bit lost in technologies. But okay, I will not use the precious time, and I will just tell the things which I wanted to share with you. And let us start with the topic. The topic is excellent because in the last year and a half, we have experienced that most of our life is organized online, and the information we are sharing online and on social networking sites, of course, has increased. So in the next 15 minutes, I will just shortly try to draw your attention to the legal framework. So what the European Court of Human Rights is doing, and what relation and why every user of Twitter or Facebook is could be interested, and why it's binding for everyone what happens in the Court of Human Rights, and also what criteria are used to assess and evaluate the balance between one person's right of freedom of speech and other person's rights to have privacy. At first, I should start with a reminder that this is an international court, the Court of European Human Rights, and we are working with the activities and actions of the country, the state, not about private person. And so it is important to remind what are duties of the state in case where there are two interests of two persons clashing. Like we said, publishing of any information where one person is saying something about other person, it creates some tension between two rights. On the one hand, rights to freedom of speech and also disseminated information. And on the other hand, the person on which this information is disseminated has rights of privacy. In our country, the country has two main duties. The first duty is to create a system within which a person can protect their rights if they consider they were violated, including by actions of other private person. On a daily basis in Latvian courts, we get quite a lot of complaints about violating dignity and also breaching privacy. And at the national level, this is an opportunity the state gives to its citizens how to protect their rights. And the second duty of the country is within the system where these complaints are analyzed to use the criteria which are formulated in the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. How to balance these competing rights. And there are two important theses I would like to emphasize. First of all, the case law and the general principles are available, and the result of application of the principles depend on the specific facts. So it means applying the same principle for two situations with different facts, the result can be different. And the second and the most important thesis, which is transversal for all our discussions, is that not the rights or freedom of speech nor the rights of privacy, none of them are absolute. Maybe you have noticed in the social networking sites that my rights to work with my fists ends where is the nose of other person. So we must think, how far do we go into privacy of somebody else? So it means the complexity, how we are assessing what to publish or not, is derived from the fact that there is no very clear algorithm or very clear pattern what categorically is allowed or not allowed to do. We need to assess a very specific situation, and deciding on various factors is the complicated element. So remember, none of those rights are absolute. And the last reminder why this case law is important is that in the Court of Human Rights, the cases are received after the national courts have already worked with these arguments and with those cases. And if it's considered that the national country had not balanced these rights properly, and the Court of Human Rights decides that there is a violation, then in the Latvian system, the decision and ruling of the Court of Human Rights of Europe is binding for Latvia to again adjudicate this case on the merits, considering the arguments from the Court of Human Rights of Europe. So this is worth to remember, that also in case of arguments between private and natural persons, there could come an argument from the European Court of Human Rights to adjudicate this once more. And so now, let us turn to the guiding main principles, the criteria the European Court of Human Rights use to balance rights of two persons, and which indirectly are useful for everyone, every user of social networking sites. Because those are the basic principles according to which the countries assess the behavior of natural persons. I have divided those criteria in two parts. First of all, if there is an argument about violation of dignity. So on the one hand, there is rights to freedom of expression, and on the other hand, rights of human dignity. There are several criteria, and now I will emphasize 6 of them. First of all, the assessment is done how serious was the violation. So the harsher are the expressions, the more criticism, then possibly this violation of dignity is more. So we can imagine that in every process of assessment, we are balancing between 2 criteria, and answering to those two, or looking at both criteria, we can see to which side this balance goes. So first element was how severe was the violation. Second element we have had so far in case law is that it is important whether violation of reputation is not a consequence of the person itself. Very often we can see it in arguments where the person who was found guilty of performing some activities, they want to receive a remuneration or compensation for publications in social medias where the information is disseminated about conviction. In this case, the harm to the reputation is not significant. This is consequences of the person itself, what they have done. Second, also, the question is what was expressed, is it facts or just opinion? So the person which is providing an information and they are saying those are facts, they have to be able to prove it. Opinion hasn't have to be proved. It has to be based on reasonable facts, but from the point of view of freedom of speech, opinion has more protection. Then also it is assessed whether this is a criticism or insult. And that both differentiate by the tone and intention and so on. But what is the most important to decide whether this publication is a violation of dignity? The question is whether this information published gave a contribution for the public in discussing important questions. Throughout the case law of European Court of Human Rights, it is the notion is emphasized that it is very important to encourage the publications which help to discuss questions important. And next also is approach that politicians and high officials and people well known in the public who by their activities promoted this recognition and that they are well known, they have also to be ready to face criticism. And for persons who are not well known in the public, this protection is higher, of course. And when there are arguments about publishing information or images and that it violated rights, usually, first of all, we pay attention whether the person itself agreed or not to the publishing of certain information or an image. It plays also a very important role in the aspect of social networking sites. Ideally, photos of other persons are published only with permit of the person. But of course, this is not an absolute criteria, but it can be significant when deciding to which side these weights are balanced. Also, like I said before, it is important to see how well known is the person and what is included within this information, what is in this image. And also, like in previous arguments, it is important whether this information or image contributes for the publicly important discussion. And it's also important in which way this information, including also an image, was received. For example, European Court of Human Rights adjudicated cases where people were complaining that hidden publication of their images violated their privacy, and the court made a decision to which rights the more protection was. But usually the photos which were received in a hidden way, there have to be a real justification for them to be legally published. And I would like to finish also with a thesis, the same as I started. Those rights are not absolute. Rights of freedom of expression are not absolute. They are related to the duties and responsibility from the moral and ethical side and also legal side. So, in other words, everyone has to think about the information and images we are posting on social networking sites. The same as we are thinking in physical reality, what we are saying or what we are doing, the same criteria are binding also for the digital environment and social networking sites. And human rights are technologically neutral. So, if you cannot say something face-to-face, the same refers also to the online environment. Thank you very much, and sorry for technical difficulties. Thank you very much, Christine. That was an excellent outlook and overview, and we also made notes so that we can also in a discussion to discuss various things. And yes, those rights and duties is like a brother and sister. We have to look at them together and remember And I believe that for people it's also easier to remember that if you are not ready to say something face to face, then don't publish it also on social networking sites. Thank you very much to Christine Līce, representative of Latvia, for this excellent overview. Thank you, Christine. And now I will switch to English.
Because we're going to look at social media and GDPR. Ireland's point of view, their experience story given to us by none other than Mr. Colm Welsh, who is the representative at the Irish counterpart to the State Data Inspectorate here in Latvia since 2019. Of course, an expert in these matters. So right now, I will turn to you, Mr. Welsh, and give you the next 15 minutes to speak on this topic and give us an insight on how things are going in Ireland and how you are dealing with all of the huge companies that are based in Ireland each and every day. Here you go. Yes, we can see you. Can we hear you? We can't hear you right now. Please turn on the microphone and then we will be able to hear you.
Yeah, there we go. And in
Yes,
terms of my
perfect.
slides, oh, they're not coming the way through. Is that, sorry, it could have been slicker. Sorry now. Is that
Yes.
better? Yeah,
Everything's
great.
perfect. We can go.
Thank you very much. And it's great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And it's great to see such a very interesting and varied discussion today, a lot of which is very relevant to us in the DPC. So I'm conscious of the time and I'll do my best to meet the requirements. So I'm just going to go through maybe some very brief overview around just the DPC as a supervisory authority. For those familiar with supervisory authorities under the GDPR, this will make sense, so I won't dwell long on it. What I really want to do then is move into the DPC's role really in the context of social media platforms and other big tech, situating it in our discussion today, and look at how we carry out those functions. The main areas of engagement that I'll be looking at is really complaint handling, inquiries, enforcement and supervision. And it's really to give a sense through those various activities that we do about our experience and engagement with social media platforms. So the first slide is really just around the DPC role as a supervisory authority. As I say, that's something that flows from GDPR and something that anyone dealing with supervisors will understand. It's really about driving improved compliance with data protection legislation by controllers and processors. It's about handling complaints from individuals in relation to potential infringements of their rights, conducting inquiries and investigations into potential infringements, and promoting awareness among organisations and the public of the rules, safeguards and rights incumbent in the processing of personal data, and cooperating with the data protection authorities in other EU member states on issues involving cross-border processing. And I suppose it's this last one that really brings us into the sphere where the DPC becomes involved with many of the social media platforms. And looking at that, I suppose I just want to put it in the context of everything else that we're doing in the DPC at the moment. So this is kind of our role in numbers. And this is our role, bearing in mind that we're a national supervisor, and then also that we engage as a supervisor, as a lead supervisory authority for a number of these platforms. So just a number of figures, really, you know, in 2020, we received 4,660 GDPR complaints in total. 88% of those are national, 12% cross-border. We've concluded 4,476 GDPR complaints. Obviously, some of those are including previous years, not just the year 2020. 6,628 breach notifications were received. 42 applications for approval of binding corporate rules. So that's a transfer mechanism that's available under Chapter 5 of the GDPR. We have at the moment 100 full-scale statutory inquiries on hand, both cross-border and national, and 724 consultation requests. Now, they come from both the public and the private sector, often from voluntary organisations looking for advice on data protection processing, but also those who are obligated to come to us under legislation, particularly where draft legislation is going to have an impact on the processing of data protection for individuals. We had 570 DPO notifications. We issued 40 pieces of guidance, and as you can imagine, last year a lot of that related to COVID-19 and the processing of personal data in that context. And then as well, we have our EDPB participation, which is both at plenary and in the various subgroups. That there's quite a lot of a contribution from the office towards those. But today's focus, I suppose, looking at the role of the DPC as a lead supervisory authority. And that's really where we come into play in the context of the social media platforms. So I'm going to just focus on some of these areas, look maybe briefly at the one-stop shop mechanism for those who aren't familiar with it, and then really just look at how the DPC approaches complaint handling, statutory inquiries, enforcement and supervision engagement, particularly in relation to the social media platforms. I suppose the main thing that distinguishes complaint handling and inquiries is generally around the extent to which there are systemic issues or issues of significant concern, particularly because statutory inquiries, certainly under the national regime, are lead into the more important fining and enforcement measures available. So the one-stop shop, again, for those not familiar, it's a mechanism that's created by the GDPR. I suppose the context really is about ensuring cooperation and consistency among the data protection authorities within the EEA, but also I suppose it's important that it's around controllers having a mechanism where they know that they've got a sole interlocutor. So the idea being that if we were all dealing with these complaints, if Latvia had a complaint, Ireland had a complaint, France had a complaint, and we took different approaches to those with the data controllers, we avoid the ability to be able to bring the consistency to the GDPR, which is of course one of its key aims. So what determines whether a company has an LSA will be really around where their main establishment is. And that will dictate which European authority will act as the LSA for complainants. Once an LSA is established, the authority that received the complaint acts as a concerned supervisory authority. So they remain involved and they're really the intermediary between the LSA during the ongoing process. And then they will have obviously an impact into any decision-making procedure when it comes to the end. We've had in 2020 about 360 complaints that came through the one-stop shop mechanism, and we concluded 200 complaints that came through the one-stop shop mechanism in 2020. So in terms of the DPC as LSA, I suppose the key question becomes around the central administration in the EU, or the place where decisions are made and implemented. So really what we're looking at is where is the controller based? So some of you will be familiar that a lot of companies like Facebook may have multiple establishments across the EU, but the question comes around where are the key decisions being made around determining the purposes and means of processing. And so that's why Facebook Ireland, for example, is the controller throughout the EEA for those whose personal data is processed. So examples of data controllers for which Ireland is LSA rather, includes Apple, Distribution International, Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, Microsoft, Twitter, and we recently became LSA for TikTok. There are other considerations that may come into play where there are multiple establishments. So the processing might not necessarily be cross-border because that's a key determinant under Article 4, Paragraph 28 of the GDPR. So for example, if there's something, CCTV in the office of Facebook in France, that may not necessarily be something that the DPC needs to look at because it doesn't have a cross-border element. So I suppose the thing to look at then is just complaint handling and how we handle complaints as an LSA. And the first step is really around the lodging of the complaint. As I say, they can be received via the one-stop shop, or in fact, we've received quite a number that are directly from the complainant or representative bodies acting on behalf of the complainants, usually NGOs. So complaints are handled in line with the GDPR and sections 109 and 113 of the Data Protection Act 2018, which is the national legislation in Ireland. The first step under that national legislation is to look to see if amicable resolution is appropriate. So this really involves an engagement between both the complaint and the complainant and the controller to see if the issue can be resolved. And I'll talk about some trends in a moment, but often that is the case because the issue at play may be something that's down to actually a misunderstanding between the parties or in fact relate to something that's more akin to customer service. Failing amicable resolution, or if the DPC doesn't think that amicable resolution is appropriate, a more detailed complaint inquiry takes place. And in the case of cross-border cases, leading then to the Article 60 process, which is where the draft decision is transmitted for the fellow supervisory authorities to consider. So again, your CSA is coming back involved there, and ultimately a final decision. So the trends and complaints that we see, and I suppose what I'm talking about here are the complaints that we were treating as individual complaints that aren't being treated as kind of systemic as part of our inquiries. Sometimes they're just about customer service issues. Now, what I mean by that is that sometimes it's about complaints around the terms and conditions or the policies that operate in relation to the platform. So obviously, from our perspective, we're keen to identify whether there is in fact a data protection issue there. So sometimes we end up just providing advice to individuals, particularly if we're aware of the trend that something is actually more of a customer service issue of the place to contact within the relevant platform. But other times we do find the data protection issue is obviously there, and that moves forward to complaint handling. Access, and often dressed up as account disablement, is a huge issue we see. About a third of our access complaints are actually account disablement. And this happens in circumstances where, for example, there may be images that relate to child sexual exploitation, or it may be in relation to bullying and harassment. So for us, the key question there is, engaging with the platform, is this a genuine disablement? Is it for those particular rules? Rather than, I suppose, also being able to distinguish between, is this about someone looking for access for their data and being blocked? Sometimes you find that within those scenarios, people are also trying to identify who reported them. So there are considerations in relation to Article 15.4 around the rights and the impact on others. User-generated content is another big issue for us. I think it's something we'll end up speaking more about later. This is really where individuals are posting information on social media platforms, and who's the controller, and where are the lines between freedom of expression and, of course, the right to privacy. That flows into right to be forgotten, erasure, often individuals looking for information about them or images of them to be removed. And we also see, breaches being reported from the social media platforms. One of those, obviously, comes in the context of the Twitter decision last year. I mean, one of the other things to interestingly say is we often find with social media that often it's other organizations who have been posting, and they quickly will act to take matters down because they realize that, they've posted images of somebody or material relating to somebody. So as I say, it'll be interesting to discuss later. I think the user-generated content is a real kind of question for all regulators, and I think for society in general, as to where does that balancing of rights come to. In terms of the large-scale inquiries, we have quite a number of those open at the moment. There's 35, which are cross-border statutory inquiries. So as I said earlier, there's 100 in total, but 35 focus here. They can be either complaint-based, where there's a complainant, and obviously the issues that they raise require an inquiry to deal with them, or own volition, where the DPC of its own volition decides to engage in an inquiry because of issues that are raised with it, either from our colleagues in Europe, or from media reports, or from individuals and NGOs. And they're across a range of providers, as you can see all there, and they touch on a range of processing activities and data protection processes. So including data transfers, but also down to transparency, to how transparency operates in terms of advertising and other personalization on platforms, also down to children and children's rights and how those are captured, and also how legal basis is engaged in relation to children. So these are across a significant base of the principles under Article 5. Obviously, there are challenges with these, and I think none of you will be, I suppose, all will be aware that the DPC often comes into for criticism at the pace at which these operate or these inquiries are moving. But they are moving, and a number of them, I suppose, are presenting issues of complexity and novelty. We then have to deal with the GDPR cooperation and consistency procedures to make sure that they are followed. And also we end up sometimes having to address in litigation the decisions that we have made. And sometimes there are even challenges within the process as we go through it. But they are interesting in that they are looking at the wide scale issues under Article 5 around the principles of data protection. And it's really around here where the implications can be for millions and millions of users, as opposed to the individual complaints that I referred to earlier on. In terms of enforcement, I suppose where infringements are found in a decision, the decision will also include the exercise of a corrective power or a fine. I suppose some of the bigger examples recently have been the Twitter decision and the WhatsApp decision. Both of those went from a decision from the DPC to the EDPB, and then ultimately led to an Article 65 process, and the decisions then implemented by Ireland. The Twitter decision wasn't appealed, so that decision stands. WhatsApp decision, which is the most recent, is now under appeal in Ireland, and in fact in the Court of Justice as well, an annulment decision from WhatsApp in relation to the EDPB's decision. So, I mean, these, I suppose, and certainly looking at these inquiries, we see that the way forward with those is that the principles that are found and that we decide on, and that are challenged and clarified by the courts, will bring much greater certainty to all data subjects. and controllers in terms of how those principles operate. The interesting thing as well, of course, is that within the WhatsApp decision, there was a corrective power, which was basically directing that the process being brought into place into line with the GDPR. And that's a really important tool as well, because these companies have deep pockets. And I suppose that's a factor when it comes to a fining regime. How willing are they to simply write that off, as opposed to the real issues under GDPR, which need to be addressed by using corrective powers. So for example, the suspension of the processing activity or directing that it be brought into compliance. What we see in the line of enforcement then as well is really a number of items of litigation. The DPC at the moment has 51 pieces of litigation, and they range across various different issues. The bulk of them are appeals around decisions, statutory decisions, often around small complaints or complaints where only one individual is impacted. So it will be interesting again to see as decisions issued from the office how the litigation plays out, how the Court of Justice plays its role in all of that, and what decisions and clarity we are provided with for all through that certainty that will emerge on decisions. On our supervision engagement, this is really, I suppose, it's a process where we engage with controllers, providing guidance where necessary or connect proactively as a regulator, really to ensure that we can see what's happening and also that data protection. The data protection of individuals is upheld. There's a number of examples. You can look at them more closely if you like in our 2020 report or annual report, where the DPC has engaged, particularly with the social platform forums and Facebook, where they have come along operating or proposing to operate new processing activities, and we've had concerns. And so we've engaged with those. In some circumstances, they have withdrawn the service pending further consideration. In others, they have made the necessary changes to bring them into line. I mean, the concerns, generally speaking, related to the dating and the suicide and self-harm injury feature were, of course, around the lawfulness of the processing, but also the special category processing and how that was being done. I suppose my time is up, but I'm just going to finish off by saying, we're looking forward. We have our 5-year regulatory strategy, which we're nearly concluded on. Really, it's a strategy now for the next 5 years for the DPC. And we're looking at how we can re-examine how we work and have the biggest impact. And that's particularly using our resource in the office to apply that across the board to all of the functions that we have. So at a national level and at a European level, and in relation to cooperation with our European colleagues. So we've had 2 rounds of consultation on that, and we're about to issue the draft or the final strategy now. And I hope you'll take a look at that when it's concluded. I just want to say thank you very much for the time. I know that's a whistle-stop tour of what we do and how we engage with the social media platforms. I think some of the issues I have highlighted, I've no doubt we'll be speaking about later on, and I look forward to taking part in that discussion. So thank you again for the invitation to be here and for listening.
Thank you, Colin, for the excellent insight into how Ireland operates with all these matters. I'm definitely not jealous of your position. It must be tough receiving all kinds of letters from all around the world. You're like Santa Claus of data protection, receiving letters about matters in Latvia, in Russia, in USA. Probably everybody's writing to you because part of Facebook lives in Ireland. But you are exactly right. We will meet in the discussion afterwards. Looking forward to that. Right now, we are moving on to the next part, tāpēc es pārslēgšu šobrīd uz latviešu valodu, jo mums būs ieskats.
I'll switch to Latvian now, and our next topic is what is also our main topic of this discussion. And remember our cartoon at the end of the first part. We had a person sitting at the table and looking at a reflection, and what he sees there is digital himself. And our next speaker will talk about what the online information says about you. It's Nika Alexeyeva, the leading digital researcher of DFR Lab. Nika, we welcome you here.
Paldies, Arti.
Thank you, Artis. Hello to everyone. So without any delays, I will start. And my slides will be in English. I'll speak Latvian, so I believe this is international environment and everybody will understand. I will start with two specific cases which where we used our research methods. The method we use in a digital lab, so open sources. This is one method, everything that is publicly available for any user of the internet, and how those single separate threads help us to see the whole picture. My first story will be about Zapad 2017 training, military training. This is united training for the Belarus and Russia. And if this year Belarus and Russia was allies, in 2017 the situation was different. And Belarus was also worried about this training, which had been organized already before. And the background in international relations was that Russia might leave military machinery in Belarus, and without any notice to Mr. Lukashenko, in a very gentle way, soft way, to occupy that country. Right now, we see that the situation has escalated to the different direction, and it has become much simpler. So at that time, any information that there is a Russian military technique in Belarus was worth our attention. And so here we see that there is information from Poland that in Oslipovici, the place where it was planned to organize training, they had noticed military machinery with armed forces. And here we see that there are also people. And the publications is also an open source we use quite often. And the journalist went to the soldiers, and one of them told that they are part of Kantemirov's division. And it was a very direct thread we could use in a platform VKontakte, which is analog to Facebook. In this platform, there is a possibility to find groups, also for military units. Maybe right now they are less active, but at that time it was a very good resource. And the platform itself is quite open, like Facebook before data scandal in 2018 provided quite a lot of information that could be cross-referenced. And so to put it together and analyze. So here we have a group of this division. And also here we have the filtering and search option, which help us to select people who are inscripted and at that time also participated in this training. For example, here we found one user who reported he was going to Belarus, or his profile was about the soldier that he's inscripted in Russia, and there was information about various trainings. And he could also give us a thread which we could use in our research and compare what is reported and what are the soldiers reporting about. This case is actually 4 years old, and of course the attitude of armed forces has changed both in Latvia and also in Russia, and much more attention is paid to the personalities of people, and there are rules about the possibility to take your smartphone with you or not. At that time, actually, that was quite freely, no rules. And we can see that now there is more information in Instagram and Snapchat. If we talk about youngsters who have this conscription to the army. And the platforms have changed, but we can see that Instagram also allows us to search by place, by location. This is quite popular among young people, and seeing where is the location, we could also see what posts were made, and we can see one of the users is saying that very soon he is returning back. But right now, they are riding on this type of cars. This is a system of rockets, and not far away from the place of Sipovici. They were noticed, and so the social networking sites helped us to see what was the movement of military machinery, and also to confirm that this specific system was used for the training. This is one example. Another example, which was done by our colleagues from Bellingcat community and organization. This is also concerning quite not so recent event that in Charlottesville there was a meeting of white nationalists, and there was violence against blacks who were passing by. Here we can see one of the photos in not very good quality, but using the photo and also comparing with other photos which were done by mass media who reported from the spot. We can see that this basically is the same person. We can see that this checked shirt he was wearing is the same, and then also helmet. And what we read on the helmet, the labels on the helmet, here we can see them in much better resolution. And it wasn't the first time when this group of nationalists were organizing their march, and we received the information, and we were able to see also him in other events. And we used characteristic signs, features, for example, birthmarks and also ears, gave us possibility to see that this is the same person, because the ear form of the ears is unique. And also we saw that the neck, this necklace he was wearing, this is quite a sentimental thing, but it also helps us to do this verification. And also we see several other people in these photos, and the more photos we have, the more often we can notice them. For example, those two. Because Bellingcat is not operating alone, they also have quite well-developed online community where people share information they have discovered. And here we can talk, of course, when they are already violating privacy, because people who participate in this event, they are being talked about and they are being linked together with specific personalities. But basically, this is a story, what kind of information we are searching and how we use it to identify, in this case, the violator. So those two individuals, Jacob Dix, we see that this is quite similar to the person from this march, and also Ryan Martin. And what do we do next? We see the list of friends. In Facebook, it is possible to hide it. The platform gives an opportunity that these lists of friends and followers are hidden. But from the other side, hand, it only works one way. And if we go to friends of Ryan Martin, we can see him and other individuals, for example, Dan Borden, who also is very similar to the violator. And we can see that he is friends both with Jack Dix and also Ryan Martin. And comparing other images he has published about himself, we can see again that there are similarities. So we can see birthmarks on the neck and the necklace. And so it means we have identified this person through his friends. And it was Daniel Borden. So those two cases, we use them to get to know more about manipulations with individuals. And our first assistant, and this is Google. Actually, any search engine where we use dorking, which is advanced search tools. So we can enter name and surname, and we can look for specific information in a specific domain. So if you don't know whether this person is linked to a specific organization or company, we can look for the context over there. You can also search in Google Docs. Very often they are also published, even though the scope of use is meant to be narrow, but this is available on the internet. And also in WhatsApp and Telegram, there is a part of public chat. Sometimes names and surnames are also inserted in documents, PDF, Excel, or Word documents. And then you can also receive a context in which lists this person. Of course, names and surnames might be similar, so it is important also to have other identifiers. For example, phone number. Phone number can be got from WhatsApp if you have joined some group. Also in Facebook, if you have a Facebook page, and if somebody knows that you are the owner of it, the Facebook sometimes offers whether this is a number you can be contacted. So using this number, you can check whether this is a personal number of the person or not. Very often the phone number is used also for two-level authentication, and it helps to hack this second level of protection. It is not so easy, but telephone number is a sensitive information. Also, email address is useful. You can understand to whom it belongs, if it looks anonymous, if you have a Facebook page. And in the list of managers, administrators, you can see to which email account is linked to this email. Or also, if you know that the person is a employee in a specific organization, then these searches are scraping the internet because they know what is the pattern, how emails are created, name, surname, surname, name, and so they offer you to guess the email in order to write a letter. Of course, the goal is for people working in telemarketing to be able to access the client. But of course, it can be used also for other goals. There are several tools which are offering identifying and contextualization of individuals. For example, also Facebook data scandal with Cambridge Analytica was related to the identifying people and understanding what they are interested in. And here, of course, you have to understand that all these tools can be used for malicious intentions and also for good intentions. For example, investigators that are looking for criminals, they are also in the same way looking for these crimes, digital crimes, people are leaving behind them, and thus they are identifying people who have committed some crime and are hiding themselves. But at the same time, it can also be used by perpetrators who are exploring their victim and then performing physical, emotional, or digital attack. So those tools really exist, and they work with the tools which allow to contextualize data and scrape the internet, and also with machine learning, it is possible to create a very nuanced profile for a person. So that's all from me, and I'll be happy to participate in a discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nika, for this great outline and the story. I thought I knew how to Google and to search something, but I didn't know about such methods and ways how to gather the information. We'll touch upon it also during the discussion, and now I'll say thank you. So that was Mrs. Nika Aksejeva, DFR lab leading research in Latvia. Thank you for your story. And like Nick already said, there are several aspects how a person can be identified. I think when I look at my ears, I think they are nothing specific, but this is also a way of identification. But what can I do if somebody mocks my ears? How can I delete and remove this information? Data which is published, and for somebody it might seem violating their dignity and also violating some other things. So these problem issues we have heard about already several times. So I would like to introduce you to Mrs. Maija Katkovska, who is the head of Safer Internet in Latvia and Latvian Internet Association, and she is educating about child safety on the internet, child security. So the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Artis. I will try to share my screen. Us, the Latvian Safer Internet Center, not only informs the society in Latvia on the safety on the internet, but we also have a telephone line where anyone can call in and inform us about the violations, can receive consultations on what to do, and there people can also report on illegal information and content on internet. Then we are cooperating with the state police and internet providers, not only on European level but also globally, so we could delete this information. At the same time, we are trying to consult in different problem cases, but we have instances when we can't help, when we can't delete a certain content that we believe should be deleted. Just a moment, I'll try to switch my slides. A little technical problem. I'll start again. Maybe I'll just continue my presentation without the slides. We have a presentation. We can show the slides. Just tell us when to switch to the next slide. Which will be the first slide? You can change the slide now. So how does it look like from our side when we receive a complaint? We are evaluating it. If according to the Latvian legislation, the law hasn't been broken, but it is not applicable, it is not shouldn't be available for the child, then we are informing the information provider and asking them to not make it available to the children. If there's no, the law hasn't been broken, then we are consulting further what the person should do, where they can turn to for further help, for further consultations. If it is not enough from our answer that there's no breach of the law, but if we do conclude that the law has been broken, and if we can see that there's been globally some kind of violation, then firstly we see where this content is held on the server, as the content of the server is applied to the certain country. So if we conclude that in some file exchange server that is kept in Latvia is some child pornography, then we contact state police. We inform them that on a server in Latvia is illegal information, and we also contact the service provider to delete this information. If the information provider is informed about this illegal content and doesn't delete this content, then they are responsible also for the content being publicly available. If we conclude that this illegal content is not on a server in Latvia, but abroad, then we contact the International Association of Internet Hotlines, or InHope, and we put in their database all the information that we have on this illegal content, and the according institution of this country is going to take the further actions to delete the information. For us as a Safer Internet Center, we have cooperation with bigger internet network providers. We have kind of priority that if we see serious breaches of the rights towards children, then we can communicate with them quicker so that this information and content would be deleted quicker. What we can do in certain situations or what we can't do, how can we help or not help users? Of course, children are the ones who are suffering the most on the internet. We always can help them. If you're talking about adults, then the legislation is different in each country, and not always it is a breach of a law. If you're talking about nude pictures, let's say there's a 14-year-old girl with her partners, they have exchanged nude pictures, or there's a 30-year-old lady who has exchanged pictures with her partner. If any of these pictures become publicly available, then we can help the girl who is 14 to delete this photo, because child nude pictures or is considered child pornography. That is illegal content that has to be deleted. But adult pornography is not illegal. Therefore, if there is a nude picture of an adult which is on internet, then it is more difficult to quickly delete this content. Then you have to contact the certain administrator of the site, and the person who is whose rights are violated has to start the case against defamation or injuring dignity, or publishing personal data. And in cooperation with a certain website, they can ask for deleting the content. But not always the reaction is quick enough from these websites. Therefore, the certain photo stays online. There are creating emotional distress or leaking private data. These are issues where we can help quicker. But if there is an emotional humiliation towards adults, then we have, again, less possibilities to help. The adult has to take the further steps themselves, turn to the police or the data inspection institution, or what we can do, we can consult and give advice where they can turn to. But if the private data is being published in internet, then yes, we have the GDPR, which is very serious, and the fines are so big if this breach of law is not changed, then yes, big corporations are moving faster. Please, next slide. When we're talking about information, videos, pictures that are on the internet, then Google already for some times offers an opportunity to write to them and ask to have your private information to be deleted from the search results. But the requests of the adults are not always approved, because Google is usually evaluating if that can harm the person in question. If those are sexual type of pictures, when you are Googling somebody by their name, or if it is some kind of medical information or other sensitive information that can be harmful for the person, then yes, Google will evaluate and delete this kind of content. But just 2 weeks ago, Google informed that a child or child's parent can delete any kind of content, not only harmful information, but any kind of content, photos, information about the child that Google has in their search engine. So you can write to Google and ask to be deleted from their search results. Currently, we have so many pictures and information about our children, but now Google is offering this possibility to delete all the information and content on children. It will be deleted from the Google search results, but it is not going to be deleted from the particular website. So to have the information deleted from a certain website, you have to contact the website administrator. When we're talking about legislation about emotional humiliation towards a child, and that is the law of protection of the rights of the child. If we're talking about defamation or injuring dignity, then we have civil law. If it is stalking or unwanted communication and threatening, then that is again criminal law. Then also we have the General Data Protection Regulation, private data protection law. Depending on the situation, there are laws and legislations that can protect you. If a person is in a situation that they don't know how they have to act, then we are the ones, our center are the ones that are providing a consultation. We can provide the consultation and give a suggestion, but police, you should go to the police yourself. We can't represent anyone in police. Here I have few examples of the complaints that we receive. What are the requests that we are receiving for help? For example, a person wrote to us who was giving evidence to the police, and the person who was guilty read all the evidences and published it on Facebook, even mentioning the private data of the person, including address. Of course, all that we could do, that both us and the person in question would inform Facebook on the rude data violation. Or Instagram, from the Instagram account, the picture is taken and put somewhere else, and the child is being humiliated. In this case, we also are informing the website administration to delete this kind of information. We have also received reports from schools where children are creating accounts and humiliating each other. Or if people are exchanging photos between themselves and it is leaked into internet, that's also another type of information that we are receiving. And another problem that unfortunately we can't help a lot, but often there are people around the world in Philippines or Panama or some other country and they're publishing kind of information using private, publicly known persons, and in these kind of cases, of course, we can't find the source where the information is coming from, because information is coming from Panama, and we don't have a very strong cooperation with their police. And also the source websites are usually changing their location. So in that case, it is quite difficult to track them. We are constantly informing and creating a safe map for internet for using social platforms. For example, where do you have to make your settings and how, so your profile would be safe, or where you can inform about any privacy breaches. This information is available on our website, and I invite you to look at it as well. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you very much. That's a perfect presentation for our next discussion, especially the material on the last slide that we can use. And we could use it, all of us, to see map where and how we can use the internet online, to understand how much we should publish and what we should publish. When we look at what we have published, often we scratch our head and wonder, why did I do it and how can I delete it? We'll talk about it a bit more in our discussion.
So please.
Our panel discussion. Un, ja neiebilstat, tad pārslēgšos uz angļu valodu.
And if you're not against, we'll switch to English. So our panelists from Ireland can also understand everything we are talking about. And I believe that this is a moment when I would like to remind you, if you are watching this on our platform, you can choose, select between languages. So this is at the bottom part under the icon, which looks like headphones, and you can choose the language over there. And if you don't find it there, you can find the option languages, and you can choose either Latvian or English channel, and you can listen to our wonderful interpreters translating it in the language you desire.
Publish or not to publish? Facebook's eternal question. That is the broad statement up front for this discussion, and we're going to talk about different aspects of publishing information online, what we can do, what we can't do, what we should or shouldn't do. It's going to be quite an interesting conversation for the next hour or so, and so I would like to welcome back on our panel a few of the speakers that already gave their presentations. Nick Alexeyev, Mike Atkovsky, and Mr. Colin Walsh. Welcome. I welcome you back in our panel, and it is our honor to welcome here the director at the Data State Inspectorate of the Republic of Latvia, Yekaterina Matsuka. Hello, Yekaterina.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I hope you're feeling good, feeling fine, and we can dive right into this discussion right now. And just from a technical point of view, I would like to keep this as lively as possible. Of course, we're talking through screens, but I would like to for you to use the great opportunity that is provided to us by Zoom by raising the hand digitally, or if you can raise your hand physically. I hope to get a glimpse of that, and then I can give you a word. Please do comment on what others are saying. Let's make it as lively as possible in this digital age. And I would like to open up this discussion with a very broad topic, very broad question. Is private life dead nowadays in this digital age? Is it actually possible to exist, and by existing I mean to use all of the services provided to us by all of the platforms without compromising your data, without giving too much away? Because, well, there are many benefits, of course. From one point of view, it's not just data that is being used in dangerous situations and combinations. I probably would not be standing in front of you on this stage if I would not keep posting my photos online so that people can see what I'm doing every day. And just one of the examples where it can benefit you. But if we want some benefits, we most probably have to give something away. So, is private life dead? I would like to give the first word to Yekaterina to open up this topic, and then I'm going to pass this option around. And please do raise your hand if you have any comments or additional things to say. Please, Yekaterina.
I would say that nothing is dead. And I would say that we definitely have our private lives, but I would say that everything depends on us, on our own behavior in the internet as well. And I think in many cases, people still have this presumption that I'm nothing to hide. Why I need to hide something, and if you want to have some kind of privacy, others say that then they want something to hide. From other point of view, it's as well depends on us how much I want to publish in this internet and why I'm doing it. Because if I'm like a blogger or some famous person, it's understandable why I'm putting everything in the internet. Because I'm earning money, I'm earning my famousness, and I know what I'm doing. But if I'm not the superstar, maybe, and I put in the internet every time, like my breakfast, my way to school, or university, or I'm at work now. So why I'm doing this? And then I freely give all my data, my privacy. So it's not that. It's me that gives it out. That's me. It's causing the risks of this, because you could be the part of the Instagram and the Facebook and the other social media, but then you can by yourself think what you are posting and what you are not posting. And this is as well one other thing, like to whom you are posting it, to like open profile to all public, or still maybe only for your friends or only for some couple of things of people. From other point of view, and I think here is the part of the work of the supervisory authorities, and maybe we will talk about it later, then there's another question is the work of these platforms as such, because in some kinds of view that platform can create this privacy by design view. And for example, even for some social media, there is possibility to create such a platform when you can communicate with others, but it will be privacy, like respectful. So I think that privacy is not that. I think we all have to understand that we still can have our privacy, but for many people as well, I think they do not understand that when they put it in the internet, it's not anonymous. Many people think that when I post my Facebook photo, it's only my friends who is seeing it, but it's not like this. So there is like maybe 5 million people who is looking at this, and then you have to notify all the settings. So you have to be careful, and that's why I think people do not, how to say it, used to act in the internet in the same as they act in the public place. They think that internet is anonymous, that platforms, it's only maybe for users is anonymous, but it's not like this. And in many cases, I say to people, when you put something in the internet or write something in the internet, imagine that you are on the street. And when you are going on the street, you are doing, like, you are acting in some way. You do not go to people on the bus stop saying, I have eggs on my breakfast. I would see the reaction of these people, but in the internet we do it, and we do not think that it's something unusual. So for me, privacy is not that, even if we gave up, like previously, as data subject, quite a lot of data outside, we can maybe not take them back, but we can think what we are putting in the internet to the future, and so we can change our own behavior and attitude.
A lot of interesting points put forward by Ekaterina for this discussion. I saw that Nika was raising her hand. So, Nika, from your point of view, you've been doing a lot of digging, and you've seen what you can get from people. So, what is your take on this matter? Is privacy dead? Is it possible to exist in these platforms? I've seen a lot of examples from my point of view, people registering with different names, different photos, but still, you can't find anything, right?
Well, answering the key question that you asked, is privacy dead? It really depends on what we mean by privacy, because there are options to anonymize yourself, to control, as Ekaterina mentioned. On the other hand, there are things that you can't control, as what your relatives are doing. For instance, mothers who are photographing their babies, they are putting out this content that may or may not remain there. The same with the conscript soldiers. We were able to track their movements by photos and content that their spouses or their girlfriends were posting on social media. And linking people together, it's because it's a network in the essence, is possible. So even if you are not posting yourself, there are people who may know about you. And we are talking only what you can learn from the open sources, but people can also use so-called social engineering. And by knowing your close, your friends, basically your close circle, they can also learn more about you. And it's really about connecting the dots. So there is no such thing as absolute privacy, meaning that you are totally anonymous and no one will ever be able to track you back. I believe that this is true for very, very, very few people, and that's not the general rule. Nevertheless, if we think about privacy as a mean that is enabled on the platforms, it's there, and I see the tendency is towards privacy. Nevertheless, we need to be careful and not to eliminate transparency that presumes accountability for people, because in platforms that are anonymous, hate speech and the various violent expressions are more common, because exactly as Ekaterina said, there is this feeling that no one knows that you're a dog on the internet, but at the end of the day, yeah, you can be tracked. So I would say that privacy is still a notion, it's still a value even, but it doesn't exist in absolute terms.
I would like to turn my attention to Colm and ask you, we've seen in news headlines, especially recently with the whistleblower coming forth with valuable information on how Meta platforms, aka Facebook, operates, and then when these things happen, we see so many actions being taken. Here is this tool that you can use. Here is that tool that you can use. You can delete yourself. You can be completely invisible, etc., etc. And it seems that these things happen only when these critical spots are hit, and these things that people actually with great bravery come forth to speak on the problems. And what is your take on this, on these means that platforms are giving? Nico already mentioned that there are possibilities to hide yourself, etc. So how do you look at this? Is it something that the platforms are doing just to save their face in front of the public, or is it an actual movement that is happening?
Well, I think it's interesting because it comes back to transparency. It comes back to understanding how you're processing your information. So, even with the earlier conversation around is privacy dead, I think there is a huge obligation on platforms to explain to individuals what are they doing when they're placing their personal data online, when they're allowing that private life to be seen. So I think the issue is, and this is something that, even in the inquiries that we have ongoing, there are questions around transparency, and particularly when, as you exactly say, things are hidden, or aren't easily found, and that's the real issue is, okay, is the information there? Is it available to individuals? Can they find it? So I think that's the first kind of requirement. And I think taking on to Yekaterina's idea, I mean, the regulator has a role to play in all of this as well, in ensuring that those who operate the platforms are doing it to the best and are making sure that individuals are aware of how their information is being processed. I think the challenge, of course, then is for individuals as well to behave in a responsible way when they use those platforms. So, and particularly that point around, anonymity, people hiding themselves, that's something, that we see, because sometimes then people come and complain and say, well, someone said something about me and I don't know who that is. And how do you unravel that, and how do you get to that? And I suppose, you move into a space of a discussion around, well, is there an obligation on platforms to ultimately say, well, you can't be part of this network unless you confirm who you are, and, that you provide all of the information that we need to know who you are. Now, there are some people who say, well, that's too much. I don't want them to look into my life to that extent. So I think there's an issue there. I think the question then becomes one around how controllers, because I think one of the important things around GDPR is the accountability of controllers, and that they have to stand up and be accountable. It's funny, I was just reflecting on the conversation just a moment ago. Like, I think there is also, and particularly the point that Nika was making, like, I don't have a social media presence, but I know my photograph is probably on a friend's Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And really what I'm relying on in them is that, my trust and my relationship with them means that they're going to use that in an appropriate way. So I think there's lots of layers of accountability. There is organizational accountability, and I think that's something we as regulators have to focus on. But there's also individual accountability. And I suppose what we're trying to do is marry those together to make sure that the regulator protects the individual. But at the same time, the individual understands what they're doing, engages in what they're doing, and I suppose, is conscious. I thought that the interesting point around, would you be walking down the road and telling somebody at the bus stop what you had for breakfast? Possibly not, but you will do it through another forum. But yes, sorry, they're my thoughts.
Excellent. And I would like to touch upon another interesting aspect of this, and it was, I think, the part of the conversation that really got us talking about it when it comes to these Facebook trials, etc. Is that a lot of young people, a lot of kids are involved, and I would like to turn to Maya to talk on this aspect, because I think what we are experiencing right now is something completely new, because I believe that all of us were born in an age where our photos were not posted as babies, where we did not have the chance to just hit somebody up on Snapchat. So we used a lot more analog means of communication. But if we really think about it, people who are born right now, people who were born after the 2000s, all of their life might be on the internet. And so I think, Maya, this proposes completely different challenges and way of thinking about it. Maybe you can speak on what differences are there between generations and what it means for younger generations that all this data is somewhat public.
Well, yes, regarding the publishing of private pictures of their children, that is what I'm always that parents share online. That is what I'm always trying to remind those parents, nowadays parents who post their kids' pictures online. I tell them, imagine when you were younger, back in 1980s or 90s, you had your privacy. Your parents, maybe they showed your private pictures to neighbors, your pictures in the bath, for example. They showed it to the neighbors or friends. But now you are putting the same private pictures of your children online. You had a choice, or you actually had a choice later to decide if your pictures will be online or will not, when you were already more or less adults. But your children, they don't have the choice anymore if you have published their private pictures online. And that's why a couple of years ago, I already know that France and Great Britain, they had those laws where children, when they are 18 years old, they can take their parents to court for the privacy breaches, and several cases have been solved like that. That parents have paid their already adult kids for what they've done to their privacy like 10 years ago, maybe. And now seeing, of course, I agree that now that children who are online now, I could say that there's no more privacy for them, because at the age of 7, children want to do the same what their friends do, and what the friends do, they are online. They're on social networking sites. They post pictures. So I would say that for most of the kids, there's no more privacy like that anymore, because they are online already. But what I hope that after a couple of years, other maybe social networking sites will start to follow the offer that Google has made now, that kids, they can just ask that they want to get some content deleted, and they can do it. But the problem is that the problem is now with the social networking sites that, of course, if kids still have access to those all those platforms where they have registered, of course they can delete the content. But the problem is with all those platforms where they have forgotten that they have registered there, that they have forgotten their passwords that they cannot access, and that content is still there, and it's really hard to get that content removed.
Nika, I want to turn to you for this one. Maybe you can give us like a long-term perspective, what it actually means for a person that their data, that their private life is online. Probably what you've seen through searches, you can find a lot of things. But what is like the long-term impact? There might be people watching this and saying, well, who cares about bath pictures, right? Those are just bath pictures. It's funny. You see your kid in a bath. What's wrong in that? Maybe what is like the long-term impact and perspective of how our generations, the younger generations nowadays, how their lives will be impacted 10 and maybe 20 years from now?
Well, I'm probably not the best to tell what will be the major impact, but the general rule I think everyone should follow with that regard is that you never know what will happen in the future, especially when you are young, even young adult, 18, 19. So you are kind of grown up, but you are just starting up with your life. you're experimenting with things, and you are experimenting with how the public, the general public, and probably the online public is responding to what you're doing. And time may go, and at one point you will get the need to basically will go offline, and the damage is kind of already done. Nevertheless, we are still human beings. We are leaving traces behind ourselves. And before social media era, we were looking for the ways how we want to be remembered, right? Even when we are gone or when we want to disappear, right? There are some traces that we would like to write about ourselves for history. And I would say that that may be the general rule, what you would like to leave behind you. And of course, we are not really protected from our own mistakes, but doing yearly hygiene, like we are doing these cleanups. Once a year, we do a general cleanup. We can do a general cleanup of our social media networks and see which images we want to remain online, which not. Google up ourselves, do this privacy research about ourselves, and basically control what's left out there. Also, I suggest to set up an alert. There is a free Google alert that you can set up and get any mention of your name, surname, or any other private data. Basically, you set up this Google Dork with quotation marks, with other information that you don't want to basically, or you want to keep track of online, and you will get alerted whenever something appears and is social and is indexed by search engines. So I would basically advise to think like, what if this information stays available online, and how it could be abused in general. So that's why there is such a big demand for stories as a format on Instagram, on Facebook, because you generally see it for 24 hours and then it's not on your timeline and only friends can see it. So this is the demand towards privacy. Nevertheless, think again, never post your nude pictures or some abuses or anything that may be used against you, because someone can take screenshot. There are also tools that allow to download videos from social media platforms and re-upload them on, say, YouTube. Or there are other tools that are less accountable, as, for instance, BitChute, which is alternative for YouTube. So first, just don't produce content that might be sensitive or used against you for the future. That would be my general, very practical advice.
Very good, very good. Just a follow-up question from your findings and from your professional work when putting together these profiles of what you are telling to us in your presentation. Do you see a tendency that younger people post content more freely? Is this notion that the younger they get, the more they post? You mentioned this urge to show how you're riding on this rocket machine, etc. Is it like a clear tendency from your point of view as well?
Well, luckily, I don't work with malign influence operations where young kids are involved. So I see more like adults in their late 20s, 30s, 40s. And I might say that actually digital literacy is very low for people after 50, because before they weren't raised with social media by their hand. And I may say that now COVID has pushed everyone online, because if they want to meet their children, their grandchildren, this is the way, this is the window for them to follow. So they are exposed to the content that they are naturally driven to, but also to the content that platforms think that they want to see. And there's this big malign worry, basically, that they may be driven by rabbit holes of conspiracy theories that we already see. But this is, sorry, that's a bit of a spin-off from what I wanted to tell. Luckily, I don't work with young malign actors, and I don't have data if young people are more or less driven to share about themselves, but the same applies to so-called old people that are digital immigrants, as we sometimes call them.
And dear viewers, I would like to remind you as well, watching us on the platform, that you can send in your questions in the chat room, and just remember to tick that you want to ask a question to the speakers with the help of the moderator, and then I will see your questions right in front of me. So please do use this opportunity that is given to us. And I would like to touch upon another topic. Maybe it is fake, but maybe we can clear the air about this. And it is, of course, we're speaking a lot about these public platforms, public profiles. But what about the more private platforms, as we've seen recently when Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp went down? What happened is that on Signal and on Telegram, their numbers spiked, and these are considered all in all more private, secluded platforms. And we know about broadcast groups on WhatsApp where you cannot just like join, you can be invited, and there's a tendency for also information to travel in smaller groups. So speaking about this, and also we could include stories and short-term content also into this. How does this impact? For example, I could turn to Yekaterina about this. Data privacy in these platforms. Are they changing the game nowadays? Also, from your point of view, and how you can follow up on this? Because is it really so private, or is it not?
Thank you very much. A little bit, maybe I want to return to the previous question
Sure.
about the young adult and the new generation. Yeah, first of all, GDPR already provides possibility to, for example, delete your data. When you become 18, you can delete all your data which was posted when you were not 18, when you were a child. So this possibility from the law perspective, it already exists, and maybe that's why Google now implements it, because GDPR asked it. But from other point of view, I think that here is as well like a little bit philosophical question. If this person, like child, is used to that his pictures is in the internet from the years like 6, 7, 10, 12, when he is 18, for him it's normal, it's like norm, because he have never lived in the society or in the family where nothing is online. And maybe, like, from my point of view, maybe it's as well like some philosophical question and development of the society, like civilization, that now we will do it like this, and maybe now part of our lives will be in online. And some futurologists already said that maybe in the future we will not need the language, because we will not talk with each other, we will just text each other, and that's all. And if you talk with kids now, some of them, the main profession they want to be TikToker. So, and that's all. And blogger, they do not need to write or read, because computer can read for themselves, and then they will be just bloggers in the internet. So in some point of view, that maybe it is about philosophical question about where society goes. Of course, for our and in this case, we already are old generation, we defend this life offline, but maybe then for the new generation, this will be the normal one. What I think that where is the threats and risks, then as all in this panel here mentioned, when we were children, there is nothing online. So it's only, when you had, for example, first boyfriend, and he came into your house, and then Granny opened the photo album with you in the bath, you were embarrassed, and you said, "Oh, Granny, do not do it again." But here, now it's everything in the internet. Which harm could it cause? I would say judgment. From when you become like 30, 40, and there is pictures of you, as Nico already mentioned, when you were experimenting somehow, when you had a different thoughts, and this would be cause the judgment of you, maybe discrimination. And of course, from other point of view, if there is a platform as such who processes data, analyzes and data and profiles you, it's as well, they can change your way of thinking. Like it's your information bubble creation, that you will not see other information, and if you will not, if you will be only online, this person, you will see only this bubble, and that's all. So this could be the judgments, and this could be the threat for the other platforms. I think as well, for some people, in many cases, people say that privacy may be not so important for them, but from our point of view, we saw in Europe when WhatsApp announced their own privacy policy, and it was not maybe so transparent, so clear for the customers. Many customers went for the another one, for the Signal, for example. So it means that still society wants this privacy, still society wants these platforms to be transparent and to exchange information only between them. Because when I am in some closed group in the WhatsApp, I presume that only those who in this group know this information, and that's all. And maybe it's not because I want to hide something, but because it's part of my life. So I think that it will be still, like, from one point of view, it will be a lot of the things online, but with the generation as well, I hope that people will be more precise and more like cautious on what we are putting there, because it's how we build our reputation as well. In all times, we build our reputation from our behavior in the society. Now we can build our reputation on our behavior on the online. And I think from the perspective of the GDPR, one thing is as well, if there is like some platforms, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, for the exchange of information between the subjects, what we can do from perspective of the GDPR and the supervisory authorities, we can check these platforms and work on these platforms. But from my point of view, on the exchange of information between these persons, for example, what I'm texting to the person and WhatsApp and what this person is doing afterwards with this information, it's more of the relationships between these private persons. And for me, it's like this household exception, because if I'm in a group, in a family group chat, and we are discussing something, or it's neighborhoods chat, and these neighborhoods are saying something about other neighborhoods, which could not be like GDPR size, it's more like household activities and personal opinion. But from the perspective of the competence authority, I think we have to check this work on the platforms as such, so they could give us possibility to exchange information and in a more private way.
Mm-hmm. Colm, I would like to turn to you, and from your point of view, how do these so-called closed circle platforms, chat groups, etc., how have they changed the way you work, and is it actually any different, or is it just a matter of how to get into these circles?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's interesting, as you say, it was a real kind of reaction from users when WhatsApp made those announcements, and ultimately users voted with their feet and went to other organizations. I suppose from our perspective, the key issue then is, are those organizations transparent in how they operate their service? Have they got the legal basis? Have they got the security measures? It's simply back to basics. It's back to the same questions under Article 5. Are they complying with their obligations? And I suppose that's something that we end up testing on the basis of either complaints or on the basis of some other wider reports that there is a problem. But I think in principle for us, it's about, okay, here's a service provider. Yes, they're doing it on a different basis, but the reality is GDPR applies and GDPR is relevant there. I was going to jump back in on the children stuff as well, because I just think that is very interesting around, the GDPR is there as a device as well to provide for children. In fact, it's one of the main things in the GDPR was the increased protection for children's rights. So I think it's an important area where children, we carried out in the DPC We've introduced a guidance which is about fundamentals, and it's really targeted towards controllers on how they apply these fundamental rules around children's data. And it's really putting the onus on them to respect the rights of children in terms of being able to access their information, to erase their information, etc. So I think that's an important element as regulators as well. Interestingly, one of the things, I think we talk about the children and realizing that when you grow up, these photographs are there. But one of the other things we encounter, of course, is parents who dispute with one another about the photos of a child being placed on the internet. So that's another dispute, which is, between two, sometimes parents who are separated perhaps, or indeed we saw it in the Netherlands last year where a grandparent had posted photographs on the internet. So I think we can't underestimate the reach of these issues. And I suppose we as regulators try and do our best in terms of looking at the platforms, informing them, making them being accountable. But I think it is just interesting, all of the issues that arise, let alone the fact that the impact on the child themselves when they grow up, but also how those in their lives take control of these issues as well.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to turn a little bit to the question about the right to be forgotten, the right to be erased. It can be looked from different points of view. Maybe I could turn right now, first of all, from a broader perspective, and then maybe we can narrow it down to certain things. Going back to Yekaterina right now, from your point of view, the head of the data inspectorate here in Latvia, are there enough tools right now? Do you have enough switches to move around in case there is a complaint, in case there are things that need to be deleted, things to be forgotten? Maya in her presentation showed a lot of interesting tools, a lot of links that you can use where you can go as a person yourself. But from your point of view, from a national point of view, what are the tools that are available now and what is missing?
I think it depends on the situation and on the way, because when a person knows the certain controller who has this data, it's quite easy. Person can first of all go to this controller and say, like, please delete this data because you do not have any reason for the storing this. But in this case, we also have to look at it that you really have to have a reason, because the right to be forgotten, it's not absolute right. You can use the right to delete data only in certain cases, which is prescribed in GDPR. And if there is no legal ground for the processing, or there's no purpose, or the purpose is achieved, and of course you have exemptions of this right to be forgotten. For example, if it's for the freedom of speech and freedom of information, this is its general expression. If, for example, I'm a politician about whom the journalist published some article and maybe in some negative manner, I cannot say, please forgot this, I want to be forgotten. No, because there is the other society's interest involved. From the part of view of the platforms, maybe, and as we are talking on this session on the social platforms, I think the problem is as well on the, first of all, the problem is that most of these platform people use, they are not in Latvia. So we have one platform here in Latvia, Draugi LV, which I would say maybe for some society now we still use it, but this is like from our perspective as the supervisory authority, is quite easy to communicate with them because they are in place in Latvia, we know them, they don't know us, and it's quite easier to resolve some questions. But from the point of view of the platform that exists in all over the world, and it's like, okay, it's Facebook, it's TikTok, and Snapchat, all other platforms, it's quite hard as well from the user point of view, because the platforms is big, the number of users is also huge, and we get as the supervisory authority some applications from people which say that, hey, on the Facebook there's posted a photo or video of me. There is no any reason for posting this video, and this is my private video. I didn't give the consent of the posting this video, and this person who posted it, do not delete it. Please do something. And then here in perspective of the GDPR, maybe we have to start the investigation. But first, it's from the practical point of view, it's hard to us to find this user, because in many cases it's just user name and like maybe real surname or maybe not. So we do not have any mechanisms how to get to the user. What we do, we advise in many cases to this data subject to go to the Facebook and ask to delete it. But what we see as well from the practical point of view, these people return to us because they say that Facebook didn't do it or they do not answer at all. As the Data Protection Supervisory Authority, we have had situation as well when we by ourselves applied to the Facebook and asked to delete some data because it was the children, and we thought that we had to act quite fastly. In one case, okay, we did not get answer from the Facebook at all, but the data was deleted after 1 month. But in another case, we really, this data and photos was not deleted, and we didn't get any answer. And so, of course, in this case, we can go to Irish DPA, like for the Facebook, but then from, how to say it, I feel pity for the Irish DPA then, because I knew how many work they have, and there is quite a lot of this situation between the persons, and then it as well the one question from the data protection, like whole presumption, does the data protection regulation was created to resolve the dispute between individuals, because in many cases these photos or videos does not published just without reason. In many cases this is like husbands or wives who were separated and now they're posting some maybe disgusting video, or maybe this is customer who had relations with some service provider and he didn't like the service, and now he put the picture of the service provider and said that this was that service provider. And from one point of view, it's personal data of the service provider because there's photo, name, and surname. From other point of view, the dispute is not about the data, the dispute is about the service, and it's quite hard to distinguish all of this. And this individual dispute, it's I would say it's really a problem on the platform, because in some cases it's not the platform, it's the individuals, and you can imagine how many individuals are in the world. And if data protection supervisory authorities will look through each of them, we will not have other time to go on the platform and see it from the horizontal perspective. And this is quite a problematic thing. And what we think about in our institution, where to find this, this golden middle between to protect people and between our resources as well. So from my point of view, we have to maybe involve more those platforms, and they have to maybe more actively answer on the individual's certain demands. But this is only one way.
And just to stay on this broader topic, before addressing more practical things, I want to turn back to Colm about this. There was this interesting article on, I think it was Radio Free Europe, 2-3 weeks ago, when they published an article saying that Kazakhstan has gained the right, the first country, to gain the right to delete content on Facebook. And it was soon enough stated as fake news, as the representative of Facebook said, cleared it up that they don't have the right to delete content. They have the channels to report content that they see that is not right for them. So continuing on this golden path that Yekaterina mentioned, should there be a delete button given to authorities, or should it stay in this way that things can be reported and then the platform can see and look through the content? Is it really against their policy, global policies, or should there be a button? Would you be happy if you had this button?
I'd be delighted if we had that button, because I think we would see far fewer complaints coming to us. And I think, just to reiterate what Katerina said, the complaints we see, many of them are where, ultimately it's a dispute between individuals. And, is it better that the individual is allowed to resolve that? Obviously, I don't want, and I would never want to put the DPC or data protection authorities in the position where we're just making deletions, very simply. I think that I've been flippant there. Because I think the problem is that the right to be forgotten is tied up in a whole plethora of data processing. So again, it's back to, it is a right, it's a hugely important right, but it's how it's exercised in various different forms. So we have, for example, the very genuine cases where information is put out there about somebody and it should be deleted. We have, going back to the children, we have a really important point under Article 17, where if there's information about a minor that was put up when they were in their minority, so when they were underage, that should be deleted. I mean, that's to allow them to move forward and erase any kind of silly things that were recorded about them. Like at the moment, I mean, it's interesting. I could talk about this topic for quite some time if you want to, so I'll try. But at the moment here in Ireland, we have a very interesting debate going on in the media in the last week, where somebody successfully made a right to be forgotten request against Google. So in the listings on Google, and the newspapers have now reported widely about that. It's a family that were involved in. They were a very wealthy family. They lost a lot of money. They were involved in banks in Ireland because there was a lot of fallout because of the collapse. So now we have a situation where Google granted the right to be forgotten for an individual connected to that family, and now the media is up in arms because they shouldn't have been given that right. So it's a really interesting debate around where all of this lands. Because at one hand we're saying, it is a right, it has to be balanced. We do a lot of this work, and we do it on the basis of balancing the rights of individuals against freedom for expression, for example, against the public interest. Court reporting in Ireland is in public. The court reports should be there, but people come to look to have them taken down. But I think once you get into the realm of the private discussions, it is very, very difficult. If I say something negative about you on a platform, or someone says something negative about me, how is that regulated? And I think we have a huge issue around online content, mediation of online content, and how should that be managed? And I suppose there's a huge challenge then, is the regulator, can the regulator apply its resources to being the moderator in every single one of those disputes? And that's a big challenge. So flippantly, I'd love the button, but I think there's a lot more to play in that, because there's a lot more around the rights of individuals, and you don't want to shut people's rights. You don't want to impact on the rights of expression, for example, in certain situations. So it's a hugely challenging issue, and as I say, it's one I could go on forever, but I'll stop now.
And turning to a more practical point of view, Maya, do you, as a representative of your organization that I see more of a society base, do you have all the tools necessary right now, or are there still things missing, channels missing, where you can connect more directly? What kind of tools would ease up your work every day to help people?
Well, since all European safer internet centers have this fast access to the administration of most of the social networking sites and platforms, then of course it's easier for us to reach out in specific cases when children have suffered and the content has to be deleted as soon as possible. Of course, for us, it's much easier to help them. But also, yes, we have the memorandum of understanding with the state police and with the internet service providers to delete in specific cases the illegal content very fast. But the problem with the social networking sites we have, because they are overloaded with the reports, and even though we have this kind of fast track option that we can, our reports are priority to their administration, still there are quite often there are cases that they keep on bouncing back with the questions, or they're just not answering, or they're just saying that it's not that bad, the situation is not that bad. So or they're saying to us that the child should ask their parents to to report this to the administration of social networking sites. But then what happens if the parents are not registered on that site? So they have to register there, and that's why we are there to help children. So of course we still have some problems with the reporting to the social networking sites, and sometimes it's very slowly while they are responding and reacting. But at the same time, I would say like 70% of cases we can, if children have suffered, we can get deleted very fast with the help of administration of social networking sites. But 30% is that, well, should be improved with the communication with the administration of social networking sites.
Nika, I want to turn to you when we're speaking about the tools and the access to data. You mentioned this middle ground where, from one point of view, you are gathering data to put together profiles in the name of the security of the whole of society. But from your point of view, are there any tools missing right now? Should scientists and people protecting the whole of society have more access right now? Because if I understood correctly from your presentation, you're actually using quite public tools. You don't have a secret search bar where you can write something in and you see that some things that others don't. So what is it in your case? Should there be any more tools?
Yes, indeed. I would advocate for more tools, and the researcher communities are advocating because when Facebook took down the so-called graph search, which was the advanced search tool for tracking also connections between individuals who claim that they are not connected in any way, still this tool used data that was released for public, even if the user wasn't aware or presumed that this is just for his friends or basically his social network. In fact, there was this public setting that allowed the tool to basically show it to the researchers. And it was taken down indeed because it was also used for malign purposes, and therefore it was eliminated altogether. There are few tools that are not for free or are for limited access. For instance, there's limited access to CrowdTangle, which is a Facebook analytical tool. Nevertheless, it still works on this public domain of pages and groups. We can't see any private profile posting. And that's a problem because we see that malign actors who are recruiting, onboarding people with many malign ideas, meaning very disruptive movements as QAnon in the US. They are using their private accounts that are anonymized with images, with use of not real names of them. And we can do it manually, but we can't see it from the data-driven perspective. What are the trends? Because we see that a lot of times private content posted by private accounts is trending, and it's not just pages and groups that are helping to spread content. So indeed, I would advocate, and researchers are advocating for specific tools tailored for research. Nevertheless, I would not advocate for tracking information that was meant to be public, that was designed to be private. Meaning that I don't believe that there should be a tool to research private conversations between individuals that they would normally have in their behind closed doors. That's not what I mean, but I mean that a tool that would allow as flexible access and cross-referencing of data, of public data that is published with this public icon, would be available for researchers who have proven their good intent.
To round up our discussion, I see that time is soon running out for us. I just wanted to touch upon another topic, which is taking responsibility for the data published. And I would probably first turn to Yekaterina with this one. Who should assume the responsibility for content being posted? Who is the one to blame in the end? Is it written in laws that if somebody posts a picture about another person, or maybe some even more sensitive data is posted about another person, who is the one to assume responsibility? The poster, the one who posted, or is it the blame of the platform itself that it allowed this, that their artificial intelligent filters allowed this to be spread around?
Thank you for the question. Of course, the person who published something and some published, for example, photos or videos of other persons, they are responsible because they are the first publishers. If they would not publish it, there would not be harm or anything. But from other point of view, is the work of the public platforms in which you can publish these pictures. In many cases, you can have there your user account almost anonymously, because you can create the account without your real name and surname, and then you can publish a lot of the information, maybe fake information, or as well other people's photos. And in this case of you, if we see that there's only publisher who are responsible for this, even for the supervisory authorities, there is many cases no possibility to even find this publisher as such, to, for example, create the investigation and to hold him responsible as a controller. And in this case, this is the question where maybe platform can stand in, and on the demand of some special authorities like supervisory authority, or delete this content as we talked previously, or at least give all information on this user. So the then supervisory authority can find this controller who initially published this information. So for me, it's this divided responsibility. From one point of view, first, of course, is the publisher, but then the platform have tools in order to find this publisher, or if it's not possible to identify this person or find it, then to delete this data, this post or video or photos, so information as such, if there is no legal ground for the such publishing. Thank you.
Colm, do you have anything to add to this one?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult situation, because it boils down to exactly as Yekaterina said, who's the, you have the publisher there from the first instance. Are they the controller? And if they are the controller, then are you pointing all of the arsenal of a regulator against a private individual who has posted information? Is it the platform? And certainly there are platforms who very quickly acknowledge that they are the controller and will take information down. I think what's very interesting is that many platforms have what they call community rules, so that if somebody stretches across the line and says something that's contrary to those, perhaps bullying, they will take it down. So I think that there certainly opens questions as to what is the role of the platform if it can intervene and take matters down. So I think this is a watch the space one. I think this is something that all DPAs are grappling with. Sometimes, as Yekaterina said, we can't even find who the individual is behind it if it's a blog and it's anonymous. And I think there's a really interesting, recently the Advocate General Babak in the Court of Justice, there was a decision, I think one of his last opinions, and he talks about how, let's even take it off social media. If I go down to the pub and have a conversation with somebody and I tell them something about somebody else from an email that I have read, am I processing personal data? Am I a controller? Is everything there? So I think they're really interesting questions for us all around this part, particularly around the use of social media, where individuals can, decide to say things, have a platform to do it. Who is responsible, and where do we measure that? So I'm not going to give you a silver bullet answer. I think it's something that we struggle with, and we have to do it on every complaint.
I would like to turn to the platform to fulfill my promise to the viewers, and let's look at if there are any questions right now sent in. There is one that is waiting for a long time. I think it was in concern with Column's presentation, but I will read it out loud, and I think we could give an answer to this one. It is sent in by Arina, and she says, hello, do you think the approach towards fulfilling the obligations defined by Article 13 should be unified among the SAs? And do you think all SAs should adopt the approach proposed by the IESA in WhatsApp decision? So, Colm, I think this is in regard to your presentation, right?
It is, and I suppose it's a very specific question in relation to a matter that's now before the Court of Justice of the European Union and is also before the Irish High Court. So I'm not going to comment on that. I suppose what I will say, though, in principle, is that the idea of Article 13, or I suppose of the consistency measure, is that ultimately the SAs use a process to try and come to a conclusion. And I suppose that is the design of Article 60, of Article 65, is to get it to a place. And I suppose in that one, we will see how that plays out. But that process is live at the moment. So I think there's a lot of publication about that, but the process is still live before the EDPB. Sorry, I was jumping ahead in terms of the appeals in relation to the WhatsApp decision. But I think what I mean there is that ultimately there are challenges which emerge, but clearly it's about getting the right answer from the EDPB, and I think that's a process that will go through, and it'll go through now in relation to that particular case, which sits before the EDPB at the moment. So, yeah.
Yekaterina, anything to add?
Maybe just one precise for me. It's the question was about as well the unification of the Article 13. So it's information on data subject. In this case, I would say that, okay, you can create some common grounds, and already I think GDPR creates your common understanding what it has to be there, but this all depends on the controllers, because there's different controllers for the different purposes and legal grounds. And depending on these legal grounds, you have different information to provide to the data subject. And I don't think that there is possibility to unify legal grounds and purposes, because it's very different. What we can maybe unify, it's understanding, because in GDPR, Article 13, I think for me, it's all questions. There's two parts, first and the second. And do you need to give at once all information that's from the part one and second, or you can get or give only information from the part one and then some links or possible additional information that's prescribed in the part two. And for many small and medium enterprises, this is a question: do we need to give to the data subject maybe a very long description of our algorithms at once when he enters, for example, the internet store, shop store, or other thing? Or we can give, first of all, some main information and then link to other privacy policy where I can have all additional information. So this is one that could be as well, like maybe unified approach, but from other point of view, GDPR already provides this, what you as controller have to give to the data subject. And in this case, transparency is very important. And what we have seen as well, not only in the WhatsApp case, but for the controllers, if you are honest with your client and data subject, you always can say it in a very easy way, what you are doing. But if you want maybe to hide something, or you do not have, because in practice there is like this, many controllers does not really know what they are doing. They write something from the perspective of the beautiful legislative notes, but what they really means, in many cases when we start to work with the controller and ask them, okay, but what you really do with this data? And then they can name this 1, 2, 3 steps what they're doing. And then we as data protection authority said, but then write them. Do not create beautiful legislative notes, but write the real purposes and what you are doing with data. So I think that adds up to the controller as well to be transparent and to say maybe even difficult things in a very understandable manner. This is hard sometimes, but this is possible. So it's like just a comment on this question. Yeah.
Excellent. I hope that Arina received her answer. And to sum it all up, I won't ask you to vote on the broad question to publish or not to publish, because I think this is not a yes or no question. It's as we heard, it is when talking about data and publishing content online, it is a very difficult matter that should be looked upon in its context and from different points of view. But I think there's one golden rule that people should remember: don't do something online what you would not do in person, looking face to face with another person. And I think if you follow this rule, then you will not stray off the beaten path. And just like previously, I would like to give you, dear panel speakers, a small gift from our side. There was an artist who was drawing you during this panel discussion. I hope this is not a picture that you will delete or ask to take down if you saw it online. Here it is, all of the speakers. Oh, myself as well. Excellent. Yes, that is me. I would definitely like to keep this picture. I hope this is something that you can keep and store for good memories. It was drawn by the artist Eriks Taune. So thank you very much, Eriks, for this wonderful picture. And I believe that all of you will receive it after the conference. And let's have a round of applause to all of our panel speakers: Nika Alexeyeva, Maya Katkovska, Yekaterina Matsuka, and Colin Walsh. Thank you very much from my side. A round of applause from all viewers. Thank you for participating here in this panel discussion. Thank you very much. All right, and with the closing of this discussion, we would like to close the conference. Pārslēgšos šobrīd uz latviešu valodu, šo diskusiju arī noslēdzam.
With this discussion, we are also closing our conference on our beta stage, talking about to publish or not to publish. We have to look at every certain situation, but remember, don't do anything that you don't want to be turned against you, and then you'll be safe. I think we had very fruitful day. We have learned a lot of new things. We have exchanged good ideas, and this is all done in the name of state data inspection and their 20th birthday. You can also follow data inspection on Facebook and on their website, where you will find out when these events are happening again. My name is Artis Ozoliņš, and I say goodbye from our beta stage. Goodbye.